Good morning, friends. I'm host Eric. I'm awake. I'm alive. I'm waiting to be informed as to why. What is the real reason why? No. The real reason is probably because I'm out of good drugs. Cone Man 3. Are you a cone putter? Hi. Are you the sign holding kind of cone putter? Well, welcome. We have a lot of cone putters around here because they're burying the power cables under the streets. So they're always putting cones out. Never valor. Sup indeed. What is sup? Well, I'll tell you what sup I am. Morning. I tell you what's about to be down. This poo in my butt. As soon as I pushed go live, I started to feel it clamoring to be released from my butthole. Sign holder, be safe and wear your heart high. Now that the home tour is over, I'm going to need to bring my little stepping stool back in here because I like to put my feet up when I poo. And I want you to know that I've got some pretty important mailings. Namely, that you should not go chasing waterfalls. No matter what TLC tells you, no matter what that boy Klaus says, you should not go chasing waterfalls, and it shouldn't be instructive to you. People don't need advice about what not to chase. They need advice about what to chase. And what you should chase is, well, it depends on if you're it or not. And really, they should rename the game Hide and Go Seek to Hide and Find. Let's say I'm looking for you. I want to know where you are. Do I go seek you? No. I look for you or I find you. Similarly, The game Ding Dong Ditch should be renamed into Ring the Doorbell and Run Away. As at least then makes clear that it's two distinct actions. You're supposed to do sequentially. Ding Dong Ditch makes it sound like there might be three actions and gives you no indication about what order in which to perform them. I'd also like to rename Chutes and Ladders and call it Descend, Upsend. Descend by sliding, rise by climbing. That's what they should call it. They should call Candyland Impossibly Poor Building Materials Place. You can't build a whole land out of candy. It's ridiculous. You need to have something other than just candy as your building materials. Did this guy finish off Marty Glenn? He's an ESFP. Cammoto, you have a great deal of knowledge regarding cone pudding. When you say you want to see 8 men stand while 1 man works, that's pretty much about the ratio. Can an ENTP go deep cognitively? Fuck yeah. Like, I'm constantly going balls deep cognitively. Like, bam, fancy thoughts. Bam, ideas. Bam, like math and science. It's just constant. We can go deep cognitively. I wish you could have come for the party too, Mackenzie. You could have filled in for my daughter who didn't show up. What do I think of NI? I love it. I fuck it in the form of my wife. It's juicy. You know, Ruben and Acacia, Rachel and I were hanging out last night and we were putting on some songs, each just sort of taking turns putting on songs. And Acacia with her countervalued NI. She showed a couple of songs and I was like, no, it's not NI enough. What's the real reason my glasses are orange? Well, Rachel no doubt would say the same thing come Man 3, that she sees in herself a lack of extroverted intuition, but it's because INFJs are knowing types first, just like I'm an action type, which means for me, I tend to utilize introverted intuition not as it's naturally intended to be, as a receiving knowing function, but I tend to use it as an action function. I'm trying to make NI rather than receive it. So, the same thing is true of INFJs in reverse. They're trying to receive extroverted intuition, not make it, even though it's a making function. Why are these glasses orange? The best possible answer is incredibly poor selection at the supermarket. KE, you do a kick-ass job of every day coming in and claiming to be a different type than you are. I want to commend you for that. It's like, wow. You do. You and everyone else has the right to be wrong. So I haven't uploaded any shorts from it yet, but not Carlos Paeva. Not you, Carlos Paeva. Ruben and Acacia and Rachel and we went out to well, that's like saying, hey, I keep being able to dunk on the wheelchair basketball players. Right. It's the same way that NI trying to make it, right? Because what I ignore is the bigger picture of NI. I think if I have an NI moment here, that's good enough. But NI has to be any doesn't miss obvious conclusions, but extrovert intuition isn't knowing what the obvious conclusion to something is. It's generating possible conclusions to things. And then it may be clear to you which one is better, but you didn't intuit it. You generated a bunch of shit and then found it. That's TIKE you're talking about, not NE. You can throw them away, but just don't throw them away into a dirty trash can in case you have to pull them out later. No, the TI is the evaluating. It's the deliberative process. The extrovert intuition comes up with the possibilities that you deliberate about, or you read them or whatever, you know. Oh, both. The knowing part, though, you got knowing and deliberation wrong, KE. The knowing part is SI. So I know that you're wrong because I've already thought through all this shit before. And I'm referencing previously existing knowledge that I've experientially established withstand scrutiny through engagement, you know. Well, okay, here's what I don't want to do. I am well aware that as you move through the world, you win every argument you have with everybody. But then here you come and you lose every argument you have with me. I don't want to discourage you in your ENTP hood. Yeah, I get it, Katie. I totally, that's what I'm saying. Look, it's fine to lose these arguments to me about cognitive functions because, as you say, I've been fixated on it for years and you don't really care. But I'm sure it's an unusual experience to come in here and not win every point. No, I don't agree. I think INFJs have plenty of ability to negotiate society, provided they're operating from a yes, KE. What makes it unusual is usually it's adequate for you to offhandedly explain things, and you don't get any kind of meaningful pushback against it. You get bullshit pushback or none. Here's the thing. INFJs, they need to have somebody else take care of their subjectivities. Oh, okay. Well, if you were raised by feral wolves, then if you're a feral child raised by regular wolves, wolves are all feral. So this is the first time I've heard about it, but apparently KE was a feral child raised by wolves. And frankly, I think they did a good job. Her language skills are excellent considering she wasn't exposed to speech until she was 12 years old, when the nuns at the nunnery rescued her from the forest. That's fine. It's not even a habit, you know? It's instrumental value. We don't really care that much about being right. You watching me, you'd conclude opposite, but you liked the video about sexual type styles? I'm not able to. I'm not sure what video you're referring to, but thank you. The thing is, INFJs have a terrible relationship with their subjectivities. It does go deep. Well, I guess I should qualify that statement. I don't care about being right, except when people are being publicly wrong. You know, Rachel has all sorts of silly notions. I never correct her. I don't give a fuck. Meow. What do you mean subjectivities? I mean your introverted feelings and your introverted sensing. Those are your two epistemology functions that are subjective. Introverted feeling tells you what's important to you, where your boundaries are, etc. And introverted sensing lets you know things from your experience rather than your intuition. So INFJs have perhaps the worst relationship of any type with their subjectivities. An INFJ, instead of learning about themselves from, hi darling, by paying attention to what's authentically precious to them and where their boundaries are and what their experience informs them about themselves, they turn to external sources to tell them who they are. If you're an FI, SI type, like say you're ISTJ, SI first, FI third, your whole understanding of yourself is predicated on your understanding of your subjectivities, your experience, and your feelings. So you don't think that other people can inform you about who you are by talking about something like your cognitive function stack. You know, ISFJ, ISTJ, I know those people and have them as real life friends, and they never like, curiosity never kicks in and it makes them feel as though they can be meaningfully informed about themselves by a map. In opposite fashion, INFJs never feel like they can be meaningfully informed about themselves with anything but a map. So the way that plays out is they're susceptible to being told false stuff about themselves and believing it. Well, true enough, KE. In the same fashion that you can't isolate in the solar system just Mercury's orbit without factoring in the gravitational pull of Venus and the other planets and how it impacts the orbits, right? Nevertheless, while while Mercury's orbit is never can never be evaluated mathematically in isolation, if we're talking about the solar system, it can be. I talked about it in isolation if we're just talking about Mercury's orbit, right? Sure. To talk about it meaningfully means we will have had to factor in the reality that it's a dynamic, interactive system. But to model it, we have to excise that dynamism and create clear definitional distinctions. It's either hard or easy being an INFJ. If you get very lucky as an INFJ and have people with strong subjectivities loving you a lot, taking care of you, and making sure that your interests and your needs and your well being are prioritized, then an INFJ can thrive beyond all measure because then somebody else is doing the part of being a human being that they can't do, namely caring about what's arbitrary, particular, and subjective and has no universality to it. Uh, if you leave your stuff like that, it's going to get damaged. You should try that line, Katie. Yes, DJs love to say that. If you leave your property like that, it's going to get damaged. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you completely. I think INFJs are, in my personal opinion, the most delightful type of all. But they can only be delightful when the world treats them with as much care and respect as they treat the world, which is not going to happen. Very often. Rachel's a very smart INFJ. She said, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have sex with that ugly old man. And the rest is history. Well, here's the thing, Cone Man 3. You might try to say ISTJs are small-minded, which is to say they're focused on particular problems and solutions and personal stuff and stuff particular to you and them and not to the world, right? But it would be incorrect, extremely incorrect to call them selfish. An ISTJ with FI third and TE tool to feel like they're being rewarded by life, they need to feel like they've done that FI harm prevention, care providing, or whatever for someone they love and have made themselves useful to that person. So if you're friends with an ISTJ, you'll discover them not selfish at all. If you're not friends with an ISTJ, then you might think, why isn't he treating me the same as he treats those people? Or something like that. Well, because they have their subjectivities. Thanks, Rachel. I like my storyline where your magical INFJ insight and wisdom recognized There. There is the solution. And because it's FE tool, then that solution is somebody else. Male INFJ is harder than female INFJ, for sure. I have a tragic INFJ male friend who's been made toxic by his horrible BPD wife. Why? Because he cannot protect his own subjectivities. He's trying to evaluate all of her hurtful shit against whether or not it's objectively accurate. She's just trying to hurt your feelings, motherfucker. She's not trying. It doesn't matter if it's accurate or not. That's not how people love each other. Criticism kills love. It's very true. K.E., you and I together, if you add us, K plus Eric, equal 2 people who like to party. But there may be a synergistic effect. We might equal 2.2 people who like to party. If you were to put us together in a room, I think we might even equal 3 people who like to party. Well, I think that male is harder than female because their personality, it's like being a male ENTP, being a male heterosexual ENTP, I have some sense of what that's like. I'm not manly, right? And depending on when you grew up, you may have been subjected to a lot more narratives, like me and Corey were, regarding masculinity, femininity, stuff like that, than somebody raised nowadays. So I know that for me, earlier in my life, I struggled a lot with the concept of myself as a beta male, although I didn't use that language, but I had made a determination at some point that I just wasn't reproductively viable, that chicks weren't ever going to really be interested in me. And then just tried to have friends, female friends in my life because I liked chicks a lot. I liked having them around. But I just didn't believe in my own viability as a sexual partner or whatever because I overthought everything too much, I was push shy. So I get that quality. Those, granted, this conversation is heteronormative. I'm talking about heterosexual INFJ males. They're TE polar, but men are expected to have some TE. Yeah. And I'm sure KE has a similar experience to mine with being an ENTP. Because as a male ENTP, I'm not very manly. But as a female ENTP, she's not very girly. We're like somewhere in the middle, in an abstract town where we're like, penis, vagina? Why are we talking about animal things? It's not that I think that they are wrong. It's that they are wrong and they apparently don't realize it. You don't think the classification's even real? You mean gender? I mean, it's a shorthand, like, you know, like the Seroptimus Society, right? You're talking about Mariposa County, senior citizens, all of whom are like deeply, deeply swimming in totally normal norms. So, the people come to the house tour. The men want to chat with me about the TE of the house. The women want to chat with Rachel about how she made the decisions about decorating. And then they invite her to join the Seroptimus Society, which is a women's club, right? So, of course, when the men talk to me about TE shit, I was in the garage smoking a cigarette, and the men came out and started chatting with me. One of them had their wives there who was asking about the cat door. I was like, well, actually, I put in that cat door over there. That's why it's so ugly. So poorly done. Yeah, obviously, I see the look in these guys' eyes like, I cannot believe you left it like that. Well, I'll tell you what has not changed and will not change no matter how many ages: the manliness of my cock. All right. You know that my cock was voted most manly cock 3 years running. I just barely missed out this this past year. I came in second to Elliot Page. But the prior 3 years, I had been voted most manliest cock in the world. My biological sex. Well, it's primarily relevant in the following two fashions. Number one, unlike a woman, my prostate can give me trouble. So this is one thing, and one binary I feel confident making, because one time when I went to the doctor's office, when I was a lot younger, I asked the doctor, do women have a prostate? And he laughed at me. So the moral of that story is no, women don't have prostates. And then the second area in which my biological sex matters is that periodically I'll feel something that resembles irritation with Rachel. Well, because of my biological sex, it turns out that apparent irritation is solved by humping her with my penis. But anyway, INFJ males are very universalist, which is not necessarily inconsistent with expectations for men, but they're also FE tool, TE polar. So That means both that they're going to play as kind of like soft, not especially manly men, but they're going to be aware of how that plays or how everybody's perceiving them all the time. And they're going to try to, present themselves in ways that induce the response from others that they want to induce, right? That's all part and parcel. That's another way of describing the same thing, having trouble with your subjectivities. And if your subjectivities are softer than expected norms for men, then that is going to result in you being aware of how others are perceiving you suboptimally and adjust your affect accordingly. Of course, if you're adjusting your affect to be different than who you actually are, that creates ontological distress. INFJ needs a base or group or community or family or people who genuinely love and care about them in good, effective FI ways. So that they can continue not caring about themselves and worrying about the world in general and universalities and stuff. I've got a penis, a scrotum, a pair of testicles, a prostate, a Y chrome, and one more rib than girls. What am I? I am a man. But one thing that I'm as convinced as I can be about, given the fact that it's such a silly thing to say, is that I was definitely a woman in most of my previous lives. I have a lot of womanly energy to me. I like cheering for things like, hey, let's go. We're gonna win and show. These guys, who's good? It's us and that they should. Obey and hear the things we had to say. Like that. I like cheerleading. What are some other girly things I like? Like, I do all the cooking around here. Rachel doesn't cook at all. She'll sometimes microwave me something or whatever. But I like cooking, fine. I don't mind doing the cooking. Also, I menstruate once a month. I use always with wings. That's pretty girly. Also, when I was a kid, for Christmas or my birthday or something one year, I think it was Christmas, the one toy that I wanted more than any other was an easy bake oven. So, but because the time period when I grew up in, before I even took it out of the box, one of my friends saw it in the box. I was like, what are you doing with that? I was like, it's a gift for my cousin. It's like, cousin? Do I even have any cousins? I do have some like second cousins. Anyway, I was lying. I was lying when I said it was a gift for my cousin. But I told my parents, just take it back to the store. I can't have this. I don't want it. People are going to think I'm gay. Well, probably at the time I wasn't thinking in terms of being gay. People are going to think I'm a sissy, you know? That's a beautifully qualified statement, Lou. I like that statement. It's nice and conditionally framed. Good use of language. If feminine energy is in part defined as being receptive and malleable, then it does seem like NI at least runs more towards feminine energy than masculine. Except here's the thing, Lou. I think NI is definitely receptive. I don't think it's malleable. I think that's the problem that INFJs have is in many instances they intuit the truth. Let's assume in this example they're right. They can't explain reducibly why they're right adequately because they aren't using deliberative processes, they're using their intuition. Intuition feels like bridges gaps in things. I've got these pieces of the puzzle. I don't need to see the middle piece of the puzzle to tell, oh, when it all comes together, this is going to be a picture of a dog catching a frisbee, right? The stronger your NI in terms of like, I guess, go-to-edness of utility, the fewer clues you need to intuit the missing pieces. And this is why intuition and SI are always on the opposite side of the stack, right? Because if your way of knowing things is to not check your experience, let me look what this picture looks like right now. Oh, I'm putting this puzzle together. It's still not complete, so I still don't know what it is. That's SI, right? You're continually checking on your experience to inform you, your previous experience and your current experience to inform you what you should know. If you are intuiting all the time, you are expressly not doing that. How can you attain the ability to change your DNA at will? Well, first of all, Jeremiah Fix, let me tell you, you are in the right place because I have mastered that art and I do have the instructions to tell you on how you too can master that art. It involves building a spiritual chrysalis. In order to do this, you're going to need to chew up a lot of mulberry leaves. How many mulberry leaves are you currently eating, Jeremiah Fix? Because I'm getting the sense. Yeah, I mean, that I too, KE, in the moment, my intuition about other people is very good. Like, at least in this regard. I can intuit if someone's shady, like, right away. I still afford them the benefit of the doubt. Uh, but I'm on watch, you know? Well, there's your problem, Jeremiah Fix. You cannot learn to change your DNA at will without ingesting a lot of mulberry leaves. Then you'll spin your spiritual chrysalis silk out of those mulberry leaves, hang yourself in your chrysalis in a closet or something, and in about 3 weeks, you'll emerge enlightened. That's assuming you obey everything my cult says. Yeah, well, and we should trust our intuition regarding shady people, right? Because because in those instances, it's always better to err on the side of caution. Yes, that's from. See, and this is how you know, one of the ways in which you know I'm an SI type. I've got so much content I've already made, right? That I can periodically pull out of my ass and reuse. The idea of a spiritual chrysalis is from a video I made making fun of, no offense, Lou, but people like you and Rachel who are into magical stuff. So it was a video I was pretending to be a spiritual guru and I was giving instructions on how to become enlightened and stuff. That was a long time ago I made that video. That's where I put those two words together. I think what you're saying there, Cone Man 3, makes perfectly good sense, but I'm going to take exception to one thing. So he says, I believe INFJ are neurodivergent enough to struggle in life. Although by objective measures of hard life, we may seem and present as normals. So we get no help and mostly negative objective assessments. I don't think you get mostly negative objective assessments from other people. I think you negatively you negatively assess a lot of things because the truth about them isn't positive. Anyone should be skeptical of an individual claiming enlightenment. Yes, especially if they aren't part Native American like me, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Calico. The problem, Jeremiah Fix, is you are currently crawling like a cub. You need to sprint like the wolf. So anyway, if you're interested in taking Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Calico's symposium on self-growth, it's just $700 for a 45-minute group session. My hands on your life. I am a life coach. Your life. What? You're doing it wrong. You think Jordan Peterson's an ENFJ? I think he's an ENTJ. But I think you're right about his SI being polar. The reason I think he's an ENTJ is because his psychology frame is all TE. It's all solvency. It's very third slot SE. Go out, slay dragons, clean your room, become alpha male or whatever. That's very third slot childlike SE, and then his notion that people are basically whining rather than solving problems is much more consistent with ENTJ. Or if you're ENFJ, his fundamental theme would be the problem with people is that they cling to their past too much. But we won't know. It's not possible for any of us to know what type he is without actually typing him. As a typologist, it takes me somewhere between half an hour to over an hour to successfully do the work necessary to deliberatively defend the type that I say they are. You cannot deliberately defend with your intuition. Deliberatively defend. I mean, I think probably INFJs are the best natural typers in the sense that they're best at typing with their intuition. However, that is not a good way to type people, no matter how good your intuition is, because you only have access to, at best, 55% of who they are, right? It's like you get their affect, you may get cues about things underlying their affect, but you have no direct access to their subjective data. You have to do testings that work around that reality in order to establish what type they are definitively. I know that my own intuition has been wildly wrong plenty of times. Like, I have not typed somebody, but I've interacted with them a lot of times. I'm quite convinced they're a mya. But then I actually type them and I realize, oh, no, I was being led astray by their affect. Their actual type is mya. And one of the reasons why this happens is, let's say your FE second slot, like an INFJ is. Well, your affect is going to come across way more extroverted in a typing session than it will in your day-to-day life with people who are in your close circle, right? So Rachel's very quiet almost all the time. She's been quite chatty and talkative and stuff while we've had guests here. And if those guests were to walk away from this experience and intuiting only about the data they had access to, without explicitly utilizing it as experiential data, then they're likely to say, "Oh, she's some kind of extrovert." I think. Of course, they don't have access to the data they need to intuit correctly. If they had some ability to kind of watch Rachel and I in our day to day lives on super fast forward, they'd see the opposite affect is her norm. She's not normally very chatty at all. I mean, look, I'm very sensitive, Cone Man 3. I'm an ENTP with polar FI, but I'm still very sensitive. Like, I am extremely avoidant of anything that will make me feel sad. And well, yeah, the reason why I don't generally type people I don't actually have an opportunity to do a typing session with is because it's it's pointless. Number one, if you and I disagree about somebody's type, neither of us can win the. Neither of us have any actual typing session data to refer to. And number two, let's say I type somebody based on what they say in the chat here. I'm failing to account for the fact that if they say something that sounds like something an NTP may have written, but they've spent a long time crafting it, that's not indicative of an NTP. So I can't type people based on their work content, their writings, their published stuff, or whatever. I went to the hospital for overcrying. The thing is, it would not surprise me at all if I cry substantially more frequently than your average INFP does. Because being an FI Dom doesn't mean you're crying all the time. Being FI polar is just as likely to result in you crying all the time as FI Dom is. I don't remember who told this story, but one time here in the on a live stream, some lady told a story about how when she was 14, she called Poison Control Center because she had cum in her eye. It stung. And apparently they laughed at her. So apparently if you get cum in your eye, it stings. I've never gotten cum in my eye before, so I can't verify it from experience, but apparently. Wonder if it's got, if like, the sperms are trying to impregnate her eyeball? Is that why it hurts? Oh my God, look at this massive ovary here. My God, I impregnated this one. No, that's my eyeball. Yeah, they're always frolicking in their fields, INFPs. Um, like I've never typed Acacia formally, but I'm pretty convinced that she's an INFP. It's kind of funny how much better 8th slot TI is than 4th slot. When you check it or whatever. Like neither Ruben nor Acacia had ever played Hearts before. And we played it last night. We played a round or two of it. Acacia understood it right away. She just picked it up right away and got the TI stuffs about it, you know. I'm very like C.S. Joseph. Well, sir, he just gave an example of terrible intuition. Absolutely terrible. C.S. Joseph and I are nothing alike. Our speech patterns, our intonation flows, our level of ideation, the quality of the ideation, the level of success in humor, the frequency of attempting humor might be similar. I haven't watched much C.S. Joseph, but that man has never had anything he's ever conceived of as funny be actually funny. Meanwhile, I'm at least sometimes hilarious. The guy has no creative outlets. He has his YouTube channel working to help him build a cult, make a lot of money, and fuck a lot of bitches. Meanwhile, I steadfastly and stubbornly refuse to do anything that would help my channel grow. As massively different as two people could possibly be, accepting the fact that they're both extroverts. So, giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming you are an INFJ, etc., well, it's just proof positive that every INFJ, at least occasionally, pulls a stinker. There are certain things about which intuition is well suited to be correct, and that is one of those things. Normally, INFJs pull stinkers when they try to use their intuition about shit that requires experience to know. Like, Rachel intuited that because my dad had on the fridge in Arcadia all these refrigerator magnets with Janet Ho's name on them, a realtor, that he favored her as a realtor. So she suggested we call her when it came time to sell the house down there. In reality, my dad had all those fridge magnets because he liked fridge magnets and fridge calendar magnets, and once they made it up on the fridge, they never left. So he had like 2002's Janet Ho Realty calendar on the fridge, right? Rachel was assuming that he had some intuition. He wasn't NI-polar. That having Janet Ho all over his fridge said something about how he felt about Janet Ho, not about refrigerator magnets. There's another example where intuition should be well suited to inform the INFJ correctly about something. And probably in most situations it would. Who but an ESTJ would keep a decade's worth of refrigerator magnets from this realtor lady that sends it to him in the mail? It's like C.S. Joseph, at his very best, could be like me in the same way that fake Latin word stuff is like content in a platform. Like when you start a blog, they'll have example blog posts that are just filled with those nonsense fake Latin words. What is that called? Does anyone know what that's called? I mean, the thing is, Cone Man 3, it's everybody has some good insights, right? Like, I could go be a physics teacher and share some good insights about the ways of the world, the laws of physics and stuff. And yet, that would make me a terrible physics teacher because I wouldn't actually know the material I'm teaching, right? So we don't evaluate people who are trying to explain something important like human consciousness by whether or not they have an occasional good insight. Instead, we evaluate something important like that by whether or not they're doing the rigorous intellectual work required, whether or not they can defend their claims in their case, and whether or not they understand it at the top level frame, what things cascade down and what don't, and what the difference between those two things is, what the difference between, say, a model and an explanation and a taxonomy and a flowchart are, things like that, He's just using NI, right? A little bit, and I think he's an ENTJ, almost sure of it. But I've never typed the guy because, of course, he's terrified of me. It's like, if he were an ENTP, he'd want to debate me about this subject. He's absolutely not. He says there's nothing in it for him. There is nothing in it for him except being corrected, which if he were actually an ENTP would matter a little bit. Okay, maybe ENFJ. If you think C.S. Joseph is an ENFJ instead of an ENTJ, fine, I'll buy that. It's still NI tool, But the point is, neither of us can know without actually typing it. That's the universal rule we should all remember. We cannot actually know. We can use our attention to know things that are false. That happens all the time. My experience told me there's not going to be any people building across the street. After all, I did the experiential stuff to ensure that wasn't going to happen. I tried to buy the hill, determined it wasn't for sale. I talked to various parties about who owned it, and about whether or not people might build there. Everybody assured me it wasn't even probably possible to build there, etc. So when in fact what I knew, that we were safe from people building across the street, turned out to be false, it wasn't because I knew wrong, right? I knew correctly. It was just wrong. On the other hand, if I had just intuited by looking at the hill, I don't think they're going to be able to build there. That would have been knowing wrong. To know excellently about it, I would have done all the experiential research and used intuition, but only a tiny bit of it because it wouldn't have been very informative, because when you're talking about things like real estate and construction, it's as particularist as it can possibly be and is not particularly subject to intuition. I don't know how rich these people are. I don't know how much money they're willing to sink into foundation work, etc. I do know that they believe themselves to be constructing across the street, but whether that's actually going to happen or not, I don't know. And the reason I know they're planning to construct across the street is because they told me that. Not because I intuited from their behavior that that's what they were going to do. You post on Renard Contini's channel. The name sounds familiar, but I can't put it to a face or a channel exactly. I guess probably it's time for me to feed the woodland friends. If I don't feed cutlets to the woodland friends, they're going to start scolding me. And if you want to know the true meaning of shame, get scolded by a squirrel. They are so cutting in their critiques. They use such hurtful language. They pat their little paws against the branch. Pat, 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 pat. Give us some cutlets. Brr. Somebody turned on the cold. Oh, that's why I'm smoking in the garage rather than outside, I guess. It's at least 10 degrees warmer in here. You'd think, why would it even be warmer in here? But it is. It's hard to say why. Because it's like, the window over there is open. I just opened the garage door all the way and closed it again. Whatever heat might have been retained here should be gone, but it's still warmer in here than it is outside. Oh, I forgot to show you. I found something yesterday. We found something yesterday out in the wilderness. Right by the side of the road, just sitting there, minding its own business. What's this shovel? This perfectly good shovel. Not broken at all, nothing wrong with it. So I was like, hey. Free shovel? Yes. I'll have a free shovel, sure. I could use a shovel. I was hopeful that after we got the shovel, when we arrived where we were going to stop, that there'd be some compelling need to dig a hole. But there wasn't. Oh, I live in California. I live very close to Yosemite National Park. And you may be familiar with Yosemite National Park because it's a very famous rock climbing spot. Like all the best rock climbers in the world, it's like Mecca. They make their pilgrimage to Yosemite to climb rocks there sometimes at some point in their life, you know. So you may be familiar with Yosemite because of that. If you ever watched that excellent documentary called Free Solo that was done by National Geographic, it's about this guy named Alex who free climbs, I think it's Half Dome, one of the rocks at Yosemite. He free climbed the whole thing in like 3 hours. It's crazy. Have you ever seen that? That rock is in Yosemite. And we're really kind of tucked back here. Like in California, if your idea is, I want to go out into the wilderness and be by myself and not see any other people at all, it's probably a pipe dream. You know, it's like, it's very difficult to find any wild areas that don't have either, you know, people doing like recreation stuff, like hiking or riding bikes or driving their little wilderness car or whatever. Or if like in the mountains around LA, you'll find lots of homeless encampments, you know. Well, Rachel, Ruben, Acacia and I went out in a little wilderness car yesterday into the Sierra National Forest above the Jersey-Dale Ranger Station. We drove for miles and miles. We went way up high in elevation, played around, shot the rifle. We all shot at the target. And then we drove all the way back. We did not see a single person the whole time. Not one person. We were the only people out there. So that's what makes this place where I live so special. Is it's a cool county in the mountains that's rigorously low development, anti-development, slow or low or no growth. There's only 37,000 people live in the county, and it doesn't even have a stoplight in the entire county. And there are no municipal level governments in the entire county. Rachel and I live in no city. We just live in Mariposa County. There are no cities in Mariposa County. There are areas that you call different names. Like we live in what's referred to as Jerseydale. More specifically, we live in Mariposa Pines. But we're all just really part of the same county, and just the neighborhood names are unrelated to anything except just a way to name things. Yes, Coneman 3, Lou is correct. Yogi Bear lives in Yellowstone. Yellowstone's the one that might explode, okay? Yosemite, it's easy to get them confused because they both start with Y, and Yellowstone only has 3 syllables, Yosemite has 4, but it's easy to get them confused. Yellowstone's in like Montana or something. And Yellowstone is the more famous of the national parks, right? Between Yosemite and Yellowstone. Yellowstone is America's most famous national park. And I guess it's best. I've never been there, but apparently it's quite spectacular, Yellowstone is. It's the one with the geysers, Old Faithful. But totally understandable because 2 national parks that both begin with the letter Y. If you have not seen it, anybody who's watching this, if you have not seen the documentary Free Solo, it doesn't matter if you're into rock climbing at all. I'm not into rock climbing or anything like that. But that movie is so compelling. Rachel couldn't even watch the last part of it when he's climbing up the rock because it was so like stressful for her to watch. Is the park open to anyone anytime? Uh, Usually. Sometimes it might get snowed in, like you can't get in because of snow. But it costs, I don't know, $30 to enter the park or something like that. But it depends why you're going in too. Like Rachel and I went to see a MISO concert at Winona last year, or July 4th actually. Um, and when we went to the entrance to that entrance, that's not the main entrance, that's the back entrance. When we went to the back entrance and we said we're here to see the symphony, then we didn't have to pay to get in. They just let us go in, and because we weren't going to visit the park exactly. So they're pretty cool. It's like they're not fascist or anything. I don't know if you can go in the middle of the night or not. It's probably closed at night, the entrances. You can be in there at night, but you probably have to come in during the day. Because I don't think they have like 24-hour park ranger toll booth people, you know? Not a toll booth, but I don't know what exactly you call that. It is a toll booth. It's just it's not for a bridge. That's possible, Kojitsu. I'm not sure how they do that. The thing is, I don't think they want to check people when they're leaving, so they probably don't do it that way. Because then you have lines going in and going out, right? It's not like parking. Bears. There are bears around us. We've seen a couple of bears up here. And we've lived here less than a year. There's also bobcats, mountain lions, deers, a lot of rabbits, and or hares, I guess. I think they're hares, not rabbits. Probably Sasquatch, but we've yet to see any Sasquatches. I really want to see Sasquatch so badly. That'd be great. It was funny watching Acacia You got to be careful with INFPs. I think it's something's funny. They might think you're teasing them. You never know. Only bad people see Sasquatch. Hmm. Is he like the angel of death or something? So I'm feeling pretty good, pretty lively, pretty fun loving. I still have some residuals um, in me from an Adderall I took yesterday that a very special someone kicked down to me. Well, as an SI type rather than an NI type, I really don't think of myself as an ENTP very often. It comes up fairly often because I talk about typology. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm Eric. I'm Eric, and I'm defined in my actual day to day goings about things by my experience and my experiences. Um, I can know about myself from a mapping perspective by understanding that I'm ENTP. And there was a time when understanding that was very meaningful to me. Because when I didn't discover even MBTI for some, I don't know how I didn't discover it until this late in life, but I'd never taken an MBTI test until I was in my 30s. Not even like heard of it. So, I mean, it's weird. I don't know how I managed to make it that long in life. Is that what that shit's called? Um, Lorem ipsum. Yeah, that's what that shit's called. Um, you only discovered it at age 50. Well, I mean, you're, I guess that goes to show you that, well, it depends how old are you? If you're like 80 now, then you discovered it longer ago than I did. I'm 52. Same here, Eric, says Lou. I came across the four-letter codes on the dating app. Huh. Okay, well, you're 2 years older than I am, so you win or lose, however you want to look at it. We both sucked at discovering MBTI, but you sucked more at it than me. That's what that shites is called. Yes, that is a heavy duty lighter. Am I happy to be ENTP? I'm happy to be Eric now most of the time. Some of the time, anyway. Like, it's been delightful having Ruben and Acacia here, and Cameron when he's here too, of course, and Dave Porter when he's here. But, you know, having Acacia and Ruben here feels more like having guests here. They've stayed a little longer, and they're more like guests because Cameron's like family for me and Rachel because he's been such a critically important person in our lives since we've been together, Um uh I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted by something. I don't know what it was. Look at this cool thing that Keisha made. This is a print of a hermit card she drew. I like it. Stylish. And she wrote this nice note on the back, thanking us for having her here. She's not the loudest person in the world, so it helps when she communicates via writing. It's easy to not hear Acacia. You see her mouth moving. You see her mouth moving, and then you realize as you're talking, oh wait, she's saying something. Anyway, INFPs are fantastic. Watching her try to use a gun yesterday, it's like made me wonder about the wisdom of the whole thing. You know, you're supposed to put a gun against your shoulder and shoot it. She tried to put it next to her shoulder. That SE Polar, I tell you. And I was pleased to see that. You know, Rachel exerts energy defending her SE. So before we went out there, she informed me. Well, she doesn't inform me because she approaches it not as though she's not informing me by asking if it's okay. But what she's really doing is informing me. I don't want to shoot that gun. I don't want to feel pressured into shooting it. That's it. I'm like, I don't shoot the gun. And she's like, but if I want to, I want to shoot it though. Okay, Rachel, yeah. Shoot it or don't. What do I fucking care? And then we got out there and she saw everybody else shooting it. Of course, she wants to shoot it. She did an excellent job of it. I know, Carlos Paiva. That's exactly the proper response. What the fuck? How can I talk about personality and human consciousness so easily all of a sudden and so much more robustly than I was before, just thanks to these little things? It's exactly the right response. That's what I thought too. It's like, this can't be this powerful. And it's so powerful because it opens up, just basically, if for no other reason than because it opens up a lexicon with which we can describe instances of human attention and mean things, you know, allow ourselves to be making meaningful distinctions that can be communicated. You know, it's crazy. Now it's hard for me to have conversations about people and them doing things and why they're doing things without referencing cognitive functions. That's not the same thing as going through my life. As I go through my life and like say, I don't know, go into the store and order a pizza, I'm not thinking about cognitive functions. Almost never. But when I'm talking about people or explaining people or things about people, then that's when I cannot even have conversations barely without referencing cognitive functions. Because it would be like talking about what furniture to put in a room without having access to measurements. You know? Is that going to fit there? Well, it's pretty big. How big's the space? It's also pretty big. Is it as big? I'm not sure. We have no way of determining that. Because we don't have any words like inches and feet and Shit like that, right? That's what it would be like. Fernie, do you people think INFP could be taken advantage of due to being kind? Sure. But I mean, that's true of almost everybody, right? Except for wicked or toxic people. Most people, given the choice, would agree it's better to be kind than mean. What do you want? Meows a lot? Why are you deafening me with your incessant meows? Yeah, I think INFJs are more easily taken advantage of in that regard, probably than INFPs. INFJs can be FE pressured into being more helpful than they want to be, you know? Yes, Hero. The way to say that is I don't even know where he is. I just hear the meows. Yeah, a lot of people need to learn louder. It's also possible for ENTPs to get taken advantage of briefly when they're young because they want to be liked too, you know? We want to be liked. Like, I remember, and I still don't feel like I've ever been taken advantage of for this, but when I was, I don't know, late teens, 20s, etc., you know, through my 20s probably, I had kind of like a default position that if anybody ever needed a ride to or from the airport, I'm your guy. I don't know. I liked hanging out and driving to the airport, you know. So, did I take a lot of people to the airport? Yeah. Was I being taken advantage of? Not in my opinion. Yeah, it's an FI Dom thing to say no and not be swayed by the mob. You can see how deliberative FI Doms are in general. Uh, they're not the kind of people who want to be rushed into deciding things because FI is a slow deciding process, even for FI Doms. Yeah, but that is an FI Dom thing to say no and then not be swayed by the mob. Absolutely. It's also an SI Dom thing because both those things are strength in your subjectivities. You don't need externalities to approve, validate, whatever. Sure, all right. I write things like my name, gone to store, be back soon. Yeah, I write. But I mean, I'm not actively writing right now. I had this great idea yesterday. And I would love to play this game. The reason it's a great idea is it wouldn't be that hard to actually do this one. It's not that complicated. It's called Metered versus Scrabble. And the idea is you get cards, each of which have a word on it that's got the syllable accents above it. So, like, elephant is accent, cuff, accent, right? dash cup dash. So you have that, right? And your job is to make lines of either iambic or trochaic, dimeter, trimeter, tetrameter, or pentameter. And which just basically says that, so for example, I might start the game by playing the following cards: potato, urgent, mayonnaise. Potato, urgent, mayonnaise. Potato, potato, urgent, mayonnaise. So that's tetrameter, okay? Now that doesn't make any sense, right? This is at beginner mode. At beginner mode, you just have to have the meter right. The things you put together don't have to make any sense. They don't have to be complete lines. And then basically it has the same mechanics as Scrabble. You build off somebody else's word, and it works like you can play 2 dimeters that would require 8 cards, right? So in order to empower people to do a full line of pentameter, you'd need to play with 21 cards. That would allow you to do a complete line of pentameter with a feminine ending. 21 cards. So it's kind of a big hand. In that regard, it's a little more cumbersome than Scrabble, which is perhaps why it's on cards rather than tiles. What are you meowing about? Well, Cone Man 3, you are not going to get much pushback from me on that. Although I will tell you this, I love other people's good TE when I own it. Okay? I love other people's good TE when I own it. Whoever built this house had amazingly good TE. Everything is so efficiently laid out. Everything is, you move through this space effortlessly. The cat's setup, like it's got an inside cat door on the inside garage door, and now there's an outside cat door on the outside garage door. So there's this like airlock between outside animals and inside animals. Brilliant. TE doesn't change anything. TE is best when you don't notice it. What you notice is bad TE. Every time I walk across this room, I keep bumping into this chair. It's because I put it in the wrong spot. You know, I put it in front of a walkway area, and that's why I keep bumping into it. Good TE, before you arrange all your furniture first and then end up with this one extra chair you don't know where to put, and now you can't find any place to put it where you won't bump into it. Good TE anticipates all that shit ahead of time and ends up, you only have to arrange your furniture one time to get it right. That's good TE. Bad TE is you have to arrange your furniture multiple times because you can't figure out how to do it well until you look at each of the things and see if it works or not. That's bad TE. Good TE is something like this. My ultimate home coffee station. It's got this thing set up so that I can do, this much coffee or so, and have that run for 2 days, turn it off and on occasionally. The coffee is totally delicious for 2 straight days that way. I can get the cup right there, the lid, the creamer, the stirrer. If I want one of these holder things, I could use that. But here's the best TE of all. The best TE of all is I put this little catcher for drips, right? That's where the sticks go. What would be bad to eat? Bad to eat, if I didn't have that there, I'd have everything set up here, stir, 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 done stirring my coffee, but then I'd have to walk over here to throw it away. Now, the whole idea of centralizing all the coffee making stuff in one spot would be undermined by the fact that, except for one thing, right? By putting that thing there, now this is excellent, excellent to eat. You cannot get yourself coffee any easier than this. It's also only slightly more difficult to start the coffee, and you have to make coffee half as often. So it's excellent to eat. What's good to eat? Note that I'm not responsible for this to eat. This is somebody else. This is the artifact of somebody else's good to eat. This laundry room. First of all, yes, you need a laundry sink like this in your house for a variety of reasons, not just for laundry. Having this huge deep sink that has maximum water output has been an eye-opening experience for me. Second, the washing machine is a top loader. The dryer is a front loader. Why? Because top loading washing machines make sense. They take advantage of gravity to drain all the water out so you don't end up with everything smelling like mildew. What's another example of good to eat? This house uses propane, not natural gas. The central heating uses propane as well, but the central heating doesn't work when the electricity is off because it also requires electricity. So there are installed in here two distinct, one on the bottom floor, one on the top floor, propane fireplace things that also heat with propane, but that don't require the electricity. So that we're never freezing to death, no matter how long the electricity is out of its cold. What's good to eat? You know that you live in a place where the electricity goes out a lot. So you build the house with a generator plug that plugs in right here. And you can switch all and only the essentials from PG&E to generator with one flick of the finger. When the power goes out, I get this generator rolling, plug it in, go to that thing, flip a switch, and now everything that has to stay on is now on electrically. The refrigerator, the stove, the microwave, the lights in the kitchen, the lights in the upstairs bathroom, which doesn't have an oil lamp. The downstairs bathroom has an oil lamp. So it doesn't need electricity. This is somebody else's amazing TE, right? Look at how this garage is put together. There's shelves down there. There's a work shelf there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 massive cabinets of storage. 1, 2 more massive cabinets of storage. 2 underneath cabinets, another workspace with shelves. 2 more cabinets. 2 more massive cabinets to store things in. It's got a whole house vacuum. What does that mean? You plug your vacuum into a hole in the wall. You just plug the tube in and you vacuum, and the tube is the link such that given the number of holes there are in the house and where they are, there's no spot in the house that you can't reach with the whole house vacuum. It just perfectly worked out like that, because somebody had excellent fucking TE. Oh, don't forget, in case all that storage space wasn't enough, you got these shelves here, plus the spaces above here, plus that space up there. Here's good to eat. This door automatically closes very hard. So it's hard to accidentally leave this door open. Okay? It also locks from the inside, as does the other inside door. In contrast, the front door, which you're much more likely to want to leave propped open as you're carrying things in and out, does the opposite. Instead of closing, it goes back open. You have to shut it all the way. That's good TE. This is good TE. You've got very comfortable seating for 4, plus additional comfortable seating for 2 more. All focused so that everybody can see this massive TV. These shutters, excellent TE. This maximizes your ability to control light, sound, etc., and air. I can open these things up completely, in which case now I can open the window and all the air comes in if I want to. I could have more privacy but still have the air come in by closing them but leaving them up, etc., right? That's why these things are better TE than blinds or curtains. They're also more expensive. That's why they're not in every room in the house, right? Because TE is also about making compromises. No, I mean, the guy who built this house in 2000, 2002, something like that, he was some kind of genius INTJ. There's a bunch of super old computer stuff upstairs. He was building, coding, doing computer stuff a long time ago, And I got all kinds of weird electrical components and shit. He's the guy who built this house, designed and built this house, also put into this whole community a water tower system such that we pay the Mariposa Pines Water Company $600 a year for infinite water. Almost everybody else in the county is on well water. But this INTJ genius came in here, designed and built this house, and put this little community on water tower water that they gather from wells and I think maybe cisterns also. I have all the electrical diagrams for all the water tower shit at my house because he's the guy who started the whole thing. So we didn't know any of this when we bought the house. My TE is not good enough to even consider these TE things. Rachel's TE is even worse. We just bought the house because it was pretty. But that's why I say thank you, other people's good TE. Thank you so much, other people's good TE. Because you want to, here's there's like basic thing that's incredibly good TE. This walkway thing. You'd think, well, why do you need this whole walkway around your house? Well, because it's a bridge area between inside and outside. I smoke. I stand out here and smoke all the time. If it's raining, it doesn't matter. If it's snowing, it doesn't matter. And I'm not just like stuck in a little spot where I got some coverage. I can walk all over here, back over here, no problem. Of course, the driveway is excellent TE. knowing that it snows here and that it's a kind of a steep driveway, well, it's very easy to conceive of somebody getting stuck at the bottom of that driveway in the wintertime because of the snow. How about we just make it go all the way around and make that hill less steep over there so that even if it is snowy, you could probably get out of that side. That's just beautiful, excellent, somebody else's TE. This is somebody else. This is good FE. This is good FE TE. We wanted the house to look nice for Christmas, right? But we aren't good at shit like this. So we hired somebody else to do it. And it looks beautiful. She has excellent TE. She's very good TE. You know? And if I did it, well, it would look like shit, I'm sure. TI is not a designer. Creative design, meow, kind of things. You got to distinguish between functions in the following way. Action functions do things, like design things. Interface functions also do stuff, but they do stuff with dynamic systems, not with static stuff. Deliberation functions determine statuses. Help you make decisions, but mostly if you're TI, it's mostly determine statuses. FI, it's more make decisions. Knowledge functions are status determinations that take no time whatsoever. So I know there are 2 squirrels over there. I didn't have to count them. I didn't have to gather any more information to determine what they were. I just know it. I know it from experience and intuition, the basic intuition of knowing of what they call shape constancy. To understand SI and NI, as I have said before, it's helpful to look to the 2 very early childhood developmental things that occur. One of which is object permanence, which is basically infant SI. The other is shape constancy, which is infant NI. So you can see this is a cigarette, right? And you can tell it's a cigarette whether you look at it from this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. It doesn't matter. You can still tell it's a cigarette. That's called shape constancy. In other words, even though I haven't seen every possible object from every possible angle, and therefore can know from my experience what something is by looking at it, I have sufficient intuition to fill in the gaps. If I show you this, even though it's barely showing you any of the cigarette, you can intuit that it's a cigarette because of the yellowing of the thing and the slight bit of brown you can see right there, and other little subtle cues, right? That's intuition in its most proto form. Object permanence is SI in its most proto form. It's like I put this lighter here. The lighter is not an agent. It won't move by itself. If I walk away and come back, it'll still be there. In other words, I can trust my experience to know things about stuff that I'm not experiencing. Designing things is either an interface or an action kind of paying attention. So when I was the director of Kudo's College of Youth Leadership, which was a private debate school, I designed the whole program architecture, made multiple levels of curricula, and for multiple different kinds of classes. I built this whole is like 400 pages of curriculum. I designed it. Did I need to use my intuition to design it? Sure. In the sense that I'm coming up with lots of different ideas about what I might put down in these lesson plans, let's say. My intuition, because I'm an extroverted intuitor, my introverted intuition has been subverted to my creative purposes. It's being treated as though it's a tool of creation rather than a receiving knowing function. But I'm using it as a receiving knowing function and knowing which of my ideas I should actually follow through on and which is a bad idea. And I'm often not paying attention enough to that and therefore go some distance down a bad idea before the NI kicks in enough to inform me, no, go a different direction, right? So the thing is, sure, you use knowing functions, deliberation functions, when you're designing something, but the creating process, well, it's to have a model that actually works as a model, we need to define the functions in terms of their actual mechanics within the model. And in that regard, any putting of information on an external metaphysical field, such as writing curriculum or making this video, is extrovertedly intuitive. Any knowing that you're experiencing from watching this video about whether what I'm saying is correct or incorrect, resonant or not, or whatever, that's if you're listening and receiving what I'm saying and then knowing about it, that's introverted intuition in its native aspect, right? If you're comparing against your own experience, well, does that resonate as true for me based on my assumption that I'm this type of and then that'd be SI9. So the point is, extroverted action functions, namely SE and NE, they put information on either the external metaphysical or external physical fields. Extroverted thinking, extroverted feeling, they put and get in an interface fashion information from they interface. They know based on real-time data that can't be deliberated about or doesn't need to be deliberated about. So, like if I'm trying to fix a broken dryer that turns but doesn't make any heat, the first thing I'll need to do is test the high temperature fuses with a electrical tester, which is, and then if they turn out to be bad, you replace those. The thing is, I probably didn't need to do that first step, right? I probably just should have just replaced them. I didn't need to test them. That's usually what the cause is if your dryer's not heating. I should just replace them and see if that works. It's only $20 in parts. So that was an example of me following the TE instructions of somebody else as to how to fix my dryer, and them being TE diligent. In other words, they don't want to have to redo work. So they're going to make sure that they've diagnosed the problem correctly before they do the repair. The point is, though, that that's something that doesn't take any deliberation about. You either check it with the tester and you then know that it's not working, or you know that that's not the problem, or you just replace the parts and then check to see if it works. And if it works, you know it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. You try something else, right? So those interface functions, what they're doing is they're taking action and then checking to see how what they've done impacts the existing question or system, and then knowing how that informs their next action. That's what interface is, basically. Okay, I'm going to turn you around because I'm going to poo now. I'm going to close the door also because we have guests. Actually, I'll bring you inside then if I'm going to close the door. Yeah, I know, I've been pooing a lot. You might say, Eric, what have you been eating? Thanks, Conman 3. Remember, TI is basically negationary. So, TI doesn't. A person who is using introverted thinking is checking to make sure something's not wrong. They're not checking to make sure that it's right. TI is fundamentally conditional. Okay, well, so far this validates pending new information that might falsify it. It's like, how do you know when you made a brilliant case in front of an INTP? They don't ask any follow-up questions after their initial question. So it's like, you'll present your case to an INTP, they'll ask you a few questions. And if then you don't hear anything more from them, you know you've done a kick-ass job. Especially if there's not any of those questions after you answer it, there's not a follow-up question. Because they're asking specific questions that mean things. And if you really know what you're talking about, you should be able to answer that question in one try. I mean, we're all obviously imperfect. No matter how well I understand something, occasionally I'll launch into a bad explanation. Today is the 12th. The 12th of December. That means I still have 9 more days. 9 more days until I get my amphetamines. Although it could potentially be as few as 7, because I can get it 48 hours early. But it depends on what day of the week that lands on. Because the supermarket is not open on Saturdays or Sundays, the pharmacy part of it. So, I'm feeling good right now. I still have residual amphetamines in me. And at this point I'm thinking, okay, since Delilah didn't make it up here, this is a good reason to go to LA sometime this week. I'm not sure what day Ruben and Keisha are leaving. Not that I'm trying, not that I'm tired of having them here at all or anything. I'm just thinking in terms of larger logistics of what day of the week. We might go to LA. It's conceivable even that Rachel and I could caravan with them back to LA, since they're going back to LA. I don't know if we're going to be as ready to depart when they depart as they are ready to depart when they depart. So that's a very open question. Regardless, I'm just musing about later in the week what might be happening because when you got a little run, I have got a 2-day run going. You tend to want it to persist until you start hitting a little bit of diminishing returns. Well, based on particular logics, Cone Man. So TI is navigating the world based on communicative logic. It's not navigating the world. TI is deliberating against the standards of communicative logic or universal logic. Universal logic is like conditional logic, like if P and Q, then R, not R, therefore either not P or not Q, or both. That's universal logic. The reason you know it's universal is because you don't even have to have the words in there. You can replace the words of a statement with a single letter and correctly determine the logic of it at exactly the same level of effectiveness as you can when you don't replace it with letters. So that's how you know it's universal. TE is about the logic of specific systems, each of which has its own logic. That's why you have to figure it out with TE. And like here's where NI and TE come together. Let me give you a good example of NI and TE. At this house, it came with what I call the big pusher. It's like I just have to show it to you. It's got 4 wheels on it. There's a platform flat to the ground that you can put things on, right? On top of the 4 wheels. And then there's like handle that comes up so you can push things on this big pusher. Well, at some point after I lived here for quite some time, I attempted something because my intuition said, wait a second. And I tried putting 2 trash cans on the big pusher. 2 trash cans fit perfectly on the big pusher. And pushing up the driveway 2 trash cans at a time instead of pulling them up 1 trash can at a time. It was much more than twice as easy. So, it wasn't just making half as many trips. Pulling the trash can up the driveway, because it's so steep, you have to pull it a certain way, and it's challenging. My intuition put together, I bet the previous person, the reason this thing was here was for this purpose, to push trash cans up there. And we're sort of intuited that after the fact, like, that's probably why this was here anyway. So that's NI and TE. My SI is informing me I really don't like pulling these trash cans up to the street every week because it's so hard to pull them up there, especially in my tatami shoes and socks. NI just knew all of a sudden, for reasons I cannot even begin to explain, because it's taking in various cues from the environment, and just all of a sudden the missing pieces of the puzzle become irrelevant and you see the whole picture, right? So I cannot explain how or exactly or why exactly I intuited what I did at that moment, that I should put 2 trash cans on this and push them up to the street. See how that works. But that's an example of NITE, right? Uh, Having uh, clarity beyond your experience regarding a solution to a problem within your experience. Pooing is, well, pooing is the handshake between SE and SI. SI is knowing that you have to poo, and SE is going and sitting down on the toilet. If you if you're not pushing, if you're just letting it fall out of your butt, then you're just really knowing the experience of pooing. But if you're pushing to make it come out, then that's more of an SE thing, right? But I do appreciate the inclusion of pooing in the conversation. Believer in talking about pooing. Yeah, FI is just linking whatever you're deliberating about to your own interests, what you find precious, and your own boundaries, what you find uh, unencroachable personal space in some regard. Um, so, an example of FI versus TI. When I was in a relationship with Kimberly and she was BPD, she spent a lot of time saying hurtful things to me. Because I'm FI polar, I use my tool function. I hear the words she says that are criticism of me. I compare that critique against reality. In other words, I check myself objectively to see with my SI experience if what she's saying has some merit to it. And then I either say, no, that's wrong, or I say, well, you do have a point. I am not perfect in this area, and I concede my fault. The problem is, if I were an FI person, instead of if I'd say our FI tool, I'd say pretty quick on, I'd say, you need to stop saying those things. That hurts my feelings. Without caring whether it was an accurate critique or not, right? Because the fact is, criticism kills love, and people who love you shouldn't be spending their time criticizing you. They should see when you do fail, those failures as deviance from a standard norm of you being perfect, and um, and not like you, right? If people are criticizing you and telling you what's wrong with you all the time, you should not be comparing against reality to see if that is what's wrong with you. If some specific person is, you should be recognizing that you need to protect yourself emotionally from this toxic person. Amber Heard is a bitch. That's what she is. Well, those are all good questions, Kojitsu. All good questions. All I want to do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I want to do is have some fun. Till the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard. I guess I'll smoke one of these joints here. Could roll a joint. I generally don't trust pre-rolls, but I will concede that these pre-rolls Acacia brought seem better than most pre-rolls I smoke. I'm rather impressed with them, actually. Meow. What are you meowing at me about now? I don't want to be deafened with your incessant kitty meows. Meow. Meow. Do you want me to watch you eat? Go ahead. Let's go. Let's eat. There you go. There's a little more room for you. Yes, you're a good kitty. You're a good kitty and you like to eat. That nobody should deny. Till the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard. That's really the theme song for my life. It really is. All I want to do is have some fun. On drugs. All night long. Is that too much to ask for life? Just constant hedonistic pleasure? I don't think so. I think it's a reasonable thing to ask from life. Just infinite drugs and an unwear-outable body. Infinite drugs and an undamageable, unageable, unwear-outable body. You can still die at the end is fine, but just no consequences in the meantime, please. Oh, what a wonderful world it would be if I had infinite access to every different kind of drug all the time. What wonderful times we'd have. We'd have such wonderful times together. You, me, everybody else. It would be wonderful. I think some types are less good at fun. Yeah. I think, though, that a lot of times yeah, I mean, I'd say conscientiousness in general correlates weakly with fun having. So, accordingly, your STJs are not going to be as good at having fun. Although, I will say, my dad was quite good at having fun. He really was. Until the end of his life, you know, when life just refused to be any fun for him. But Fun, as I understand it, correlates pretty strongly um, with a lack of planning. Like, in my opinion, you can't plan fun. In STJ's opinion, you can't have fun unless you plan it. Now, it's not maximum hedonism, it's maximally empowered hedonism. Big difference, right? Just because I want infinite access to infinite drugs at zero cost, either to my body or pocketbook, doesn't mean I would like to do infinite drugs. Well, I think type 7 goes well with fun having. Enneagram type 7. I ran into issues before with some people because they tried to schedule fun and they tried to control everybody's mood. Yeah, I remember going to this party at Alarina's house, who's an ESTJ. I was starving, but we weren't scheduled to eat until this time, and it's like he prevented anybody from getting any access to any kind of food before the food service, and it's just like, oh my God. Can you just let me eat instead of worrying about your schedule for your party? Right. Well, especially if you arrive hungry knowing there's going to be food and then not not correctly expecting that there's going to be a delay. That's tough, right? Yeah, I mean, different people find different things fun, but you're talking about partying fun. Well, what's fun about it is, to me, that you're on drugs and doing what you feel like. I just like to be a very active participant in my state of mind and mood. It's like, on some level, I wish I were on the Judy Garland diet. Back in the day when they just prescribed people shit tons of speed. And she was this kid actress. They jack her up on speed in the morning, knock her out with benzos at night. It seems like a dream life. I want to be Judy Garland. I mean, it really does sound like a dream life to me. Like having all these entertainment industry people around me going like, here, take all this speed. Getting me up at like 7 in the morning. Here, take a bunch of speed. Okay. Hi, this is great. Now perform, do stuff. We're filming you. We're watching you. I'm doing this. Uh-oh. It's getting late. I'm so thwacked out. Don't worry. Here, take a bunch of these benzos. Oh, okay. Can we repeat this tomorrow? Because I'm loving this. Yes, Judy. We're going to repeat it every day until you're all used up. Fantastic. I'm loving this. Why are you taping down my boobs again? Because you're supposed to look younger than a big-titted girl does. Okay. You know what would help with this, though? Another one of those pills. Here you go, Judy. Can you crush it up for me? I'm going to snort it. That's my dream. I finally understand what my life's dream is. Who do I want to be when I grow up? Childhood Judy Garland. It's a real eye-opening revelation here. I should start a GoFundMe page. Help an old man become Judy Garland. Yeah, ESTPs can be 4. It's very TI tool is consistent with having 4 in the tray type. FI 1 2 TI 1 2. Those are all consistent with 4. What's weirder is somebody like Rachel. Rachel the 974. 7 and 4 are both, yeah, maybe even 9 are, but 7 and 4 are both, I think, unusual for INFJs. I think George Harrison was some kind of NFP. INFJs make better artistic decisions than George Harrison did. George Harrison disliked earworm stuff, you know? He was trying to be different. That's why he was the least significant member of the Beatles. John Lennon was also an NE type, probably ENTP, but that gave him better access to NI. But the genius of the group was obviously Paul McCartney, the ENFJ. Not to undercredit Ringo, whose drumming was fantastic. Yeah, go fund my goal to transform from an old man into a young Judy Garland by emulating her pharmaceutical habits. What's that word they have for that? Some Greek word? It's like between happy and depressed, where nothing really seems pleasurable or joyful, but you're not depressed, you're just meh. And it's like dystogia or something like that, some Greek word for it. I forget. I forget the exact word. I relate to Con Man 3, which I shouldn't. I should not relate with you because um, I have no reason to feel anything but nonstop joy and thrills and excitement at the life I get to lead, doing what I want, making what I want when I want, etc. But unfortunately, what I want, like like what I want right now, is speed. So if you can't get what you want, then it's gonna make you a little fussy. But I have a sense that it's gonna be okay because amphetamines are just 5 short hours away. Then once I go through that bit of addy I get from Delilah, then I'll be ready for a short sleepy week before I get my prescription refilled. I think it's fair to say that Rachel had a great time at our Christmas party, but I think part of the reason why she did not struggle with it at all is because it's our Christmas party, and um, and because it went so well. It's like everybody had a great time as far as I could tell. Most of us even did a little bit of mushrooms, and it made, as far as I could tell, none of us feel sick, and we all enjoyed the experience. And we all tripped a little bit more than I think any of us expected. I just had one mushroom and just like one little skinny one. But it did good work. It was a good hard worker. I could totally feel the serotonin rush changing my mood and mushing me out and making me gay. It was nice, very pleasant. Well, here I am. Some of those people who are used and abused and allow themselves to be in Hollywood might be people like me who want who want to be given a bunch of amphetamines in the morning, paid attention to all day, and then given sleeping drugs at night. Maybe some of those people want that as well. Well, you're right. I have turned into a helicopter. My question is, Kojitsu, are you not a fan? Welcome to the old people club, Con Man 3. You and me both. I wish I was younger. I wish I were younger. Let's go ahead and use the subjunctive mood. I wish I were younger, but yeah, sometimes I feel emotionally burnt out too. But again, it really has to do with whether I have any amphetamines in me or not. We're not boomers, motherfucker. Cone Man 3 and me, we are Generation X. Okay, listen, millennials, Zoomers, whatever. There's a generation between millennials and boomers. It's called me, motherfuckers. It's like everybody forgets we even exist. We're a very small generation. It just calls the skipped generation. We got skipped. Like, oh, that, that whole batch got ruined. Fuck them. Let's move on to the millennials. Dirty eyes. Right? Don't you feel me though, Lou, as well? It's like, oh, we fucked up that whole batch. Let's just skip that generation. That's how it was, basically. That's how I feel about it. Because, you know, even that amazing Super Bowl show that was put on by Dr. Dre, Eminem, etc. Their headlines the next day said, like, the arrival of the millennials is the dominant paradigm community, right? As though those people, Dr. Dre, Eminem, whatnot, as though they were millennials. Those people are Generation X. They're not millennials. But because I'm married to a millennial, I'm much more okay with tyranny of the millennials than I otherwise would be. I don't mind if Rachel's my tyrant. She's got the softest, most feminine form of tyranny imaginable. Tyrannize me with your womanhood in soft and moist and wonderful ways. Well, Cone Man 3, as I've said before, neither of us can know what type he was because neither of us have typed him, nor is there any opportunity to type him. Without actually doing the work of typing somebody, you cannot know what type they are. Nevertheless, indicators more strongly point towards NFP than NFJ. Take it from me, the world's most correct, most experienced, and most rigorously defensible typologist. I am all of those things. I've been typing people for years. And I've been doing so to the extent that I can publicly, publishing everyone that I'm allowed to, and inviting public scrutiny, comment, feedback, etc. Learning when I'm wrong accordingly because people will jump all over it, because they always do when I'm wrong. And thereby becoming ever more rigorous in my correctness. Like a piece of iron suddenly teleported into the middle of the sun, just getting ever hotter and hotter until it reaches the temperature of nuclear fusion. Good analogy, Eric, said everybody. Great analogy. I feel so informed by that. Don't you mean simile, Eric? Simile is really a form of analogy. Uh-oh. Look what I see here. We're going to have to do something about this. I'm going to have to be the Cameron in this situation. With my 6th slot TE. Acacia clearly has a flattish tire that needs more air. It looks like probably all her tires need more air. SE Polar, I doubt she checks her tire pressure very often. I think I might just do that for her right now. Just check her tire pressure. Even though I'm touching her property without permission, I'm going to guess that I can get away with this one. 7 pounds? That's pretty low. She doesn't have caps on any of her things. If I hit 20 pounds. 22. That's too low. Think about this one. That's a 27. And that back one's at 27. They should all be at least 30. I'm going to play Acacia's dad, I think, is what I'm going to do here. Just fill up her tires and not even say anything about it. She gets all mad. Hey! I had my tires set up that way on purpose. Now I gotta let 25 pounds of air out of this tire. Okay, so what's the big question? Of course, what's always the big question? Where is the meow? It's always the same big question. Where is the meow? Where is my meow? Where is my meow? Way out in the water, see you swimming. I was looking for my meow meow. Animals were hiding behind rocks. Yeah. Except for little fish. Actually, I think I know where it is. Now that I remember, with my memories, I think I know where it is. I think it's in here. Yes, it is. See if it's charged up enough to work. No, it's not. It doesn't turn on. I'm gonna have to charge this. The thing is, I have another air pump someplace too. Because I had lost this one before, and this one Cameron gave me. I lost this one before, I bought another one from the internet, but I don't know where that one is either. So I just got it like 2 weeks ago or something. Is it in here? Oh, God. Why does everything have to be all hard? Well, God damn it. You think AI wrote all Taylor Swift songs? Even the ones that were written before AI? Now I have to find hard to find. I really appreciate that. When things cooperate and are not hard to find. Those generalizations, by and large, come in three aren't good ways to type people. But you could see in George Harrison an instrumental value, I think, of extroverted intuition, or another way of putting that is a countervaluing of introverted intuition. And you can hear it in his quotes and stuff too. There. See, it looks like it's charged. It looks like it's charged. It's got, yeah, on it. Oh, there. PSI. 30. Okay, got 30 PSI programmed into it. Now let's go do this thing. Let's see if it catches that hole there. God damn it, I need something to set this down on. But I have to hold it the whole time. Well, I guess I just have to hold it for a while. Okay. I'm gonna have to get something to put this on. This is too boring to just sit here and do this, holding it. So I need something that's the right height to put this on. Get out of my dreams and into my car. There. That's pretty good. Well, Cone Man 3, I mean, how many of my typing sessions have you actually watched? And do you have any specific examples of an individual who I've mistyped due to the tendency you've articulated? If not, you're just intuiting out of your ass. And the thing about what you said also that shows you're just intuiting out your ass is what I'd be discounting would be NI because I'm SI, not SE. And the reason is because NI and SI are both knowing functions. So if I'm over prioritizing my own knowing function, it's at the expense of the other knowing function. But in fact, if you watched any of my typing sessions, you know that one thing that I am almost always capable of doing, with little difficulty whatsoever, although it should take some time, is distinguishing whether somebody's SI or NI front stack. The only two types that are problematic in making that determination are ENTP and ESTP because 4-5 provides you testable fluency in both. And this is what happens when you intuit from the wrong data sets, right? You're intuiting based on what you think you understand about functions, but you learned those things from people who are wrong. So this is good. I feel like I'm doing something productive, pumping up vacacious tires. SE Polar needs somebody to help with those kind of things occasionally. You might say, well, shouldn't Ruben do that? No, I mean, Ruben's not going to be thinking about shit like that either, probably. You know? Not that I normally would either. But, well, I mean, I've had my own flat tire issues recently. I had a flat tire on my car, and then one of my little wilderness car tires were like lost like 10 or 15 pounds of pressure for reasons I don't understand. It doesn't appear to be leaking at all, though, so. Well, but your capacity to use either inductive or deductive logic is contingent upon you having a correct understanding of the functions. If you didn't get that understanding of the functions here, you have an incorrect understanding of the functions. Because I'm the only one who's doing rigorous work on the subject. And part of the reason why I'm capable of doing rigorous work is my type, maybe, my attentional stack, but The main reason I'm able to do such rigorous work is because I spent decades as a professional debate coach and I'm a master of defensible case building and case negating, both through nature and nurture. I was raised by a father who had a PhD in philosophy, and I debated in high school. I was philosophizing from a young age. I have all the tools, experience, and natural inclinations to do this job correctly beyond anybody else's combination of qualifications. Does that necessarily make me right? No. But it does make me the thing you have to negate if you're gonna if you're going to be righter than me. You know, the experience and skills, etc., provided and developed in the process of being a debate coach stem from the following reality. When you're a coach, you have to prepare your kids to win both sides of every resolution. So you increasingly hone your intuition and your experience in terms of which arguments withstand scrutiny. And if you're highly intuitive in the extroverted fashion like I am, you can anticipate all the various arguments that everybody's going to make against something. You're almost never caught by surprise. So you've got spikes out for everything. And you eventually understand how to frame things so that they are correct. Being right is the best way to win an argument. Granted, you can win while being wrong if you're a better arguer, but all other things being equal, the correct person will always win the argument. If it's me arguing against myself, I'll always win with the correct position and lose with the incorrect one. It looks like we're getting pretty close to it being refilled. It's starting to look like a regular tire off the ground, you know? Now, look, I don't say I'm correct in order to convince. I don't say I'm empowered. I'm especially empowered to be correct in order to convince you to believe me because of my personal qualities, namely my empowerment. I say that because you're evaluating what I'm talking about in an interface fashion. In other words, you're trying to intuit about me and therefore know how I type people or something. You'll never be able to successfully do that. You have to intuit about the actual typing sessions and put aside what you think you know about me. But since you're intuiting from what you think you know about me, then the information I just gave you is relevant and hopefully convincing. Because what you should know about me is that I'm the most badass thinker you've ever encountered. I am aware that on an FE level, that doesn't necessarily play well for me to say that, but those are the facts. Well, we still got 5 more pounds to go. It's at 24.5 pounds right now. Put them each up to 30 pounds is the plan here. But she was at 4 pounds, according to the thing. That's not a lot of pounds of air in your tire. 4. I like how, because of pressurization,
we get to measure air in pounds. How many pounds of air do you have in your wheel? How many pounds of air? Yeah, just get a scale, move the air you want to weigh onto the scale, and just weigh it like that. That's how you weigh air. You know what they say? If you aren't weighing air, you aren't playing fair. It's a saying dating back to Elizabethan England. Okay, fine. It's pounds per square inch. It's not just pounds. Yeah, it sure is taking a long time. I agree. I'm also not super enthusiastically interested in this process, but, and also I'm aware of the ever present universal law regarding pots, watching, and boiling. So maybe if I go over here, it'll finish. Because although it's not a pot, I'm not trying to boil anything, it is a process that has duration that will conclude at a certain point. In that regard, it shares the same fundamental architecture as a pot of water you're attempting to boil. But I'm cheating. I'm looking at it from over here. I really just moved over here so it wouldn't be so loud. Well, it's bound to be done with that tire soon. And then after that, just 3 more tires to go. But the other 3 tires are going to take a lot less time than this tire. There, it's done. This tire was flat, so obviously it needed to be filled up a lot. The other tire just needed a couple of pounds. Good job, little pump. Good job. Yes, ENTPs are natural debaters. That doesn't make them more right or wrong than anybody else, okay? I'm not just an ENTP, I'm an actual debater and a professional debate coach. So maybe ENTPs are all good fighters, right? But there's a big difference between somebody who's good at fighting in a street fight and a professional MMA champion, right? Like I coach multiple national champions. I'm not just a professional debate coach. I'm top notch. So yeah, ENTPs are natural debaters, but the reason I'm winning this debate and will win every debate about this subject is because I'm correct. Not because I'm a good debater. The reason I'm a good debater is also because I'm fixated on actually being correct, which means even I can't defeat my point with my most rigorous negation. That's what it means to be right. And the thing is, I'm also an absolutist. I'm a moral absolutist. You can get ENTPs who are amoral, relativist, or whatever, and then they don't care about whether they're right or not. They just think that all that matters is winning the argument. I am not like that at all. I find that abhorrent and repelling. I think it's wicked beyond all measure to use your God-given gifts to be correct, to be incorrect. So I have an explicit part of my overall case regarding things that I am a moral absolutist. You're not going to have me shifting ground in between this debate and that debate with somebody just to win points or whatever. You're going to find consistency across the board. Okay, only 2 more tires to go. Of course, all the little things are at the top. None of them are at the bottom, right? That would just be too convenient. It's obviously completely random, right? Like, you pull up into a parking spot here. Whether the little holes that you pump air into are at the top of the tire or at the bottom is completely random. So far, all 3 of them have been at the top. We'll see about the 4th one. That's called Murphy's Law. Even though you shouldn't have to use a rock to pump up a tire, you probably will. Well, yeah. But as I've stressed multiple times before, I'm not right because I'm smart. I'm right because I'm consistent in applying the habits of correctness. In fact, you could say I'm dumb. I'm taking a very brute force long way around to being correct to test every possibility, try every wrong way first, right? But I'm very dumb for taking me such a long time to actually get to a defensible typology case, to actually construct one that's, to the extent that the ground that it covers is covered defensively, right? It took me many years to get to that. So that's not something smart, really. It's I'm persistent and diligent in my approach, which is honest and rigorous. I'm not surprised you're low. You had a lot of pumping up to do. You won't even let me pump it, huh? Not even a little bit? Come on, you can do it. Alright, so hopefully that pump has enough electricity left in it to get that one last tire. As you see, the last tire is more on the side, but it's still too high up for me to put the pump on the ground. Well, T. It ran out of electricity. It would have taken longer than that. Fine. Be that way. All right, let's go charge this a little bit more and then we'll come back and finish that last tire. You know, my only real concern about doing this actually is that Ruben's going to interpret it as me saying, okay, it's time for you to leave now, which is not what I'm saying at all. I just happened to see that their tire was flat, you know? Okay. 3 hours of live streaming, wow. Someone's been a busy little boy today. I guess that someone's me. Well, Lou, you obviously win the compressor contest. My compressor's kind of shitty. But compact, right? That's where the TE trade-off comes in. That's about as compact as an air pump could possibly be, right? This little hose tucks right in here. So it's very easy to carry in your car. The downside is you have to find a rock. No, I wouldn't ask him that. I would just say, hey, I saw your tire was low. I put air in it. Just because, I don't know why. Don't read anything into it. I'm not trying to tell you to leave or anything. I just thought, oh, INFP needs a little help here. Yeah, well, the thing is also, Command 3 is when you're constructing a case, you're making definitions that are operationalized. Let's say they're definitions that are intended to be used for a purpose and can be used by everybody equally for that purpose, to draw a distinction between meow and meow or whatever. So as long as the cases people are making do the right amount of legwork, then it's always possible to check to see if they're at least internally consistent. The externality aspect comes at the framework level. So if I accept as the frame some utilitarian criterion and they establish under that frame net benefits, well, then I'm going to have to agree with their affirmation. But they might successfully establish net benefits under their frame, but I could disagree with their frame, right? So if people do the right amount of legwork, make explicit what frame they're advocating under, etc., then it's very easy to determine who's right, wrong, and where the disagreement is. If in fact, so occasionally there'll be disagreement on something that can't doesn't seem to resolve clearly argumentationally. I have a great example of it, but I don't really want to get into the whole topic. But abortion is an example of a question that it's not possible to determine argumentationally which side is right for reasons I've articulated in a different video. Essentially, it can't be calculated against the rights calculus. So, and it's a moral issue, so it ought not be calculated against the utilitarian calculus, which finds us in a unique double bind. You can't be charged up that much already. Is this thing? Oh, I see. It's just got one. Okay. When I set it down, it shows full all of a sudden. You just gotta let it go for a while, Eric. You just gotta be patient. You get a foot pump. I mean, it would probably be good exercise. I don't know if you've ever tried to actually use a foot pump. Once your tire starts getting fairly full of air, it is like every other time you try to push down on the foot pump, it ends up like kicking out and kicking away from underneath your foot because it gets increasingly difficult to push air into the thing, you know? Well, you know, I would say water all around, not a drop to drink. Look at all this drug paraphernalia. But no drugs. I did the last even conceivable scraping of DMT from these things to try to get a little bit DMT high last night, and I successfully got a little bit DMT high last night, but just a whisper of it. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to get high on life. It's one of my least favorite drugs. But, you know, when you need to make do, you just have to make do. I saw the most interesting video yesterday, about this sailor who's a navigator, actually, on an English ship when the British were fighting against the Spanish back then, you know. And there's the captain on his ship who was a new captain because their previous captain had died en route, stopped at this island to make repairs to the ship. But he just made half-assed bullshit repairs to the ship. The navigator's like, this ship's gonna sink. I don't want to get on this boat. I'm gonna make a stand here. I'm gonna stay. I'm rowing to the island. I'm not even gonna be your navigator. I'm not getting back on the boat until you do the repairs properly. The guy called his bluff, and they sailed away and left him there on the island for 4 years. Then, you know, he got used to living on the island, etc. Robinson Crusoe'd it or whatever. Then 4 years later, but then like a couple years later, he saw a ship again, but he was careful to make sure, see whether it was Spanish or British first. And it was Spanish, so he hid from them, and they took a couple of shots at him. In fact, the Spaniards did, but they missed him. And he successfully hid from them up a tree, and then they went away. Then a couple years later, another boat came, and he carefully hid out, and he discovered it was English. But guess what? That original captain who had sailed away was now had been demoted because that ship did end up sinking. And all its sailors were captured by the Spaniards and forced to be slaves in Peru. And so that guy who had been the captain who didn't do adequate repairs had been like demoted down a rank or something, was now a mate on the ship that came to rescue the guy. What a beautiful comeuppance. Oh my God. Talk about poetic justice. The guy, the captain's like, all right, let's go over here to this island. And the first mate's like, oh shit, that's the island where I left that guy 4 years ago. Lou Reed to reporters when asked about him doing drugs and dressing like a tranny. It's something to do. I like the drugs part. I don't feel any need to dress like a tranny. But sometimes I do. Like in the video for Gregory in Disguise, I make quite a striking, you might even say, beautiful woman in that video. Get a foot pump. I gotta use my foot to pump up my pump. Pump, pump, pump. Pump, pump, pump. Pump's a good word. Oh, I've been meaning to tell you about this since the live stream started. I can't believe I keep putting it off. Yesterday, guess what happened to me? I had been outside smoking. I had been drinking a Kern strawberry banana nectar drink in a can, and I set it down on the thing outside. Came back inside. I'm like, where did I leave my drink? Went back out, got my drink. Took a sip of it. Guess what had flown into my drink and landed in it while I was sitting outside? A bee. And guess what went into my mouth? A bee. And guess what it did? It stung the inside of my lip. That happened to me yesterday. Yeah, you guessed right, Lou. You guessed exactly right. A bee. And it's like, after I spit the bee out, I had to, with my teeth, pull the stinger out of my lip and spit the stinger out. Let me tell you, that's not what I expect when I take a sip of Kern's strawberry banana. Nectar. You can understand issue of abortion, thought that myself. I mean, you can't? Yeah, well, nobody can win the argument, right? Because the only way to meaningfully win an argument like that is to either win it utterly on a utilitarian calculus, namely that there are net positive outcomes, but you can't measure the net outcomes of abortion because the only conceivable way to measure them would include the outcomes of the alternative to having the abortion, right? We'd compare against those. And you can't measure those alternatives because abortion prevents those alternatives from occurring. So in other words, you can't win the argument that it's generalizable as a utilitarian good for any individual abortion. And you can't adjudicate the matter on a rights issue, on a rights calculus, because unlike every other rights calculus appropriate thing, when the beautiful thing about negative rights is they never conflict with each other. Except in one conceivable instance, and that's abortion. So, because a woman can't consent to getting pregnant, the baby, quote unquote, has no right to be in her body because it's there without her consent. However, if it's a work product, then it belongs equally to both creators of the work, regardless of whose property it's on. And if you're going to evaluate it purely as property, then that would require us to have abortions approved by both parents. Women generally don't like that idea. Additionally, if we were to conceive it purely as property, then that would make it morally acceptable to have abortions even after your water broke, but before the baby came out. That intuitively appalls the conscience, and ultimately, with moral stuff, our axioms are things that intuitively appall the conscience. If your moral reasoning justifies it, then your moral reasoning is bad. That's how we test it normally, right? So, because of those compendium of factors, it's not possible to have the winning argument on abortion. It's implicitly impossible because of the way neither of the two possible framings neither of the two possible framings work. If you try to do it purely prescriptively, you run into the appall the conscience thing, which is always an indication that you're trying to deal prescriptively with a normative concern. If you try to deal with it normatively, then you run afoul of a reality you never ever encounter when dealing with things normatively in any other circumstance, namely negative rights conflicting with each other. So, it's a conundrum. The one thing we should all agree on is that it definitely should be legislated by each state according to its populace, because that's supposed to be. That's what the relationship between the federal government and the states is supposed to be, right? The states are the incubators of democracy on issues about which there's broad disagreement and little consensus and starkly distinct positions that are exclusive of one another. And in situations where those starkly distinct positions tend to clump in states, obviously it's a states' rights issue. There's nothing in the Constitution that suggests that abortion has any business being a matter of federal jurisdiction, nor that it ever did have any business being a matter of federal jurisdiction. So that's one thing we should all agree upon. That no matter how much you are in favor of abortion, Roe v. Wade was terrible reasoning. And terrible reasoning is always an inherently bad thing, because even if you're right, it hurts you to be right for the wrong reasons. Then you have an indefensible position. Well, see, that would be and is appropriately a federal matter. In other words, the federal government could, should, and probably would intervene in such a circumstance and say, okay, we are now appropriately regulating interstate commerce. Just as you can't punish me for buying a product unavailable in your state in another state, so too with abortion, because that interferes with interstate commerce. Your state's laws can't prevent my state's laws from allowing my state's commerce to go on. And you can't be guilty of a crime in the state of Oklahoma that was committed in a different state unless it's a federal crime. So I have no doubt that the Supreme Court would and will shut that shit down right away. I mean, the reasoning for that, shutting that shit down, is obvious, instantaneous, and indisputable. Obviously, the state of Oklahoma can't prosecute their citizen Judy for getting an abortion in a different state where it's legal any more than they can prosecute Judy for smoking weed in California on vacation. They might try, but the thing is, that's the beautiful thing about being correct, right? It's correct that it's a state's issue, that abortion is. It's also correct that states can't prosecute you for getting an abortion in a different state. Because they're state laws, right? You're only breaking the law within the boundaries of that state. So you don't have to worry about like, oh no, but states' rights are going to limit women's access to abortion. Well, they will in some states, and they'll increase it in other states for a net wash, except for the fact that people can travel to other states, which means there's a net increase in access to total abortions over the wash, you know, not over the status quo before. The status quo before was wrong because it wasn't appropriately a matter of federal jurisdiction, and the reasoning defending a woman's so-called right to an abortion was fundamentally faulty, predicated on a non-existent supposed right to privacy. There is no right to privacy. Privacy is, you have the right to attain privacy via your rights to property. You can have reasonable expectations of privacy, and you can fail, or you can lack reasonable expectations of privacy. That's why it's perfectly okay to film people in public. They have no reasonable expectation of privacy. They don't have a right to privacy. If they did, you could say, stop looking at me, and if I don't obey you, I'm guilty of a crime. I'm guilty of a rights violation. So when you try to predicate your jurisdictional overreach with completely fallacious bullshit, obviously it's only good to get rid of that garbage. No matter how much you favor abortion, remember, there are people who feel just as strongly about you as you do against it, including women. And they feel like it's a moral issue and it's murder and stuff, right? So your passionate support of something as an absolute good, and those other people's passionate support of something as an absolute bad, right? That's not an indication that we should listen to you. That's an indication we should listen to me. Because there's equal passion on both sides. Neither of them can win the argument. Ergo, listen to me. I want to finish this air pumping task already. It's just so important that people just use words right. And everybody seems like their whole mission in life is to use words wrong. You know? It's like certain contexts require certain kinds of words. If I go to a funeral and say, "Why are you crying? You should have anticipated that he was going to die soon. He was fairly old. Didn't you prepare yourself for this?" Those are the wrong kind of words to use in that context, right? That's not using words well. That's misunderstanding the nature of grief. Similarly, if you're arguing that other states that feel just as strongly as yours in the opposite direction should be prevented from implementing their populace's will as public policy on this matter, and you're justifying it by the fact that they can't be trusted to use their political power justly, well, why can you then? I mean, if you just look at sort of the public opinion split on the matter and the persistence of it, most importantly, it should become increasingly clear that it's not resolvable. Because things like weed legalization, gay marriage, etc., things that are correct, right? It becomes increasingly more difficult to defend the wrong position. That's why intellectually, spiritually, we progress. So were things shittier in the 60s when there was institutionalized racism, when homosexuality was considered a disease, etc.? Yes, that was a much shittier way of society, right? Much shittier. We've evolved since then. The reason is because you can't win bad arguments. You can't win the argument against gay marriage because ultimately it boils down to this. If you want to just say you're married, have a spirit marriage, you can marry however the fuck you want. And if marriage were, as it should be, not related to the government at all, then anybody can marry whoever the fuck they want. Nobody can say anything. The issue here is the government affords special privileges to people with the status of marriage while denying it to some of the citizens. That denies them equal protection under the law. It's an unbeatable argument, right? So gay marriage generally, gradually, increasingly becomes the norm, right? It's hard to argue that there's something wrong with people who aren't doing anything wrong. So increasingly, it becomes difficult to hate people because of their group, publicly, openly, because you can't defend the position. It's not a defensible argument. You can't defend the position of the drug war because the only possible argument you use in favor of it is utilitarian, and the actual utility of it is zero. It costs shit tons of money, imprisons shit tons of people, and drug use rates don't go down. So even if you want to ignore all the rights issues, you can't win arguments in favor of the drug war because they're wrong, right? So this is how it works with things where there's one side is clearly correct and the other side is clearly incorrect. Evolution will eventually bow to the fact that it is wrong. You can't win arguments against it. I've seen the shift already, and you can't win arguments in favor of it. I've seen the shift already around here. I used to say evolution is bullshit, and people would be like, "What are you saying?" Nowadays, people are like, "Well, I guess you've convinced me somewhat, Eric. The jury's still out on this, etc., or whatever." They're not parsing as thoroughly as I am, so they don't know as I do that is not an explanation for anything. But there's increasing skepticism. It just doesn't sustain argumentationally at all, right? So the point is, with things where one side is clearly correct or incorrect, you see movement over time. You see movement as one side becomes increasingly difficult to defend as the better arguments get out into the world. That's not the case with abortion. It's exactly as divisive as it ever was, and people are exactly as polarized about it as they ever were. and there shows no sign of progress in either direction for either side winning the argument. What you see are people getting caught in hypocrisies all the time. So, like, there used to be a bunch of women who had bumper stickers on their car that said, "Keep your laws off my body." And until COVID happened, those same women favored forcing other people to wear masks. So all of a sudden, those bumper stickers disappear. Where are the arguments, "Keep your laws off my body"? We don't hear those arguments anymore because there's cognitive dissonance created when you're supporting forcing people to put things on their body while claiming that you have a right to abortion because nobody should have anything to say about your body, right? Well, the thing is, what we can't determine is that is whether or not it's a rights calculus. So if in fact you were to make a claim that the fetus has rights, you'd have to establish that the woman consented to getting pregnant. You can consent to having unprotected sex, you can want to get pregnant, but you can't consent to getting pregnant because it's something that happens to you, not something that you do. Um, so since the baby has entered the woman's body non-consensually, although perhaps with an invitation, it's impossible to establish that the fetus has rights. However, if therefore we treat it exactly as property, then it's equally the property of both the creators, regardless of whose property it resides on. If you and I work at your house to build together a boat that we both therefore own because it's our work product, you do not have the unilateral right to destroy it. And that's what ownership means. Ownership is defined as the unilateral right to destroy. So if you want to consider the woman owning the fetus and having unilateral right to destroy it, well, in fact, that ownership would be split in two. So they'd have neither of them would have unilateral right to destroy. They'd have to reach agreement. In other words, they'd have divided ownership, right? Most women don't think their right to an abortion comes from divided ownership of work product and are opposed to that understanding of things. Additionally, if we were to take that understanding of things and apply it consistently, we would thereby allow things that intuitively appall the conscience, such as getting an abortion, quote unquote, between having your water break and giving birth. Because if we were to use the utilitarian framework there of ownership and rights being positive rights due to ownership rather than negative rights, then we'd have to concede that if the mother and father agreed, they could kill that thing at any moment before it naturally emerges from the vagina, and it would be totally legitimate. That's not acceptable to any decent human being, that you've got a baby that's about to come out of the womb, but until it exits the vagina, you can kill it. That's not acceptable. We intuitively all know this. So what that means is that neither frame can be consistently applied to determine what the correct position on the matter is. Since you can't build a case that validates under either frame, you can't resolve the question. Normally, what happens is I'll validate under my frame, you validate under your frame, and then we'll argue over whose frame is correct. Neither side can validate under their own frame in this debate on abortion, and that's why it can't be resolved. Want your laws on my mouth. Keep your laws off my body, but on my mouth. Fair enough, Acacia. You win the point. My mouth is not part of my body. You win the point. I stand corrected. So the bottom line is, the good news here is no matter how passionately in favor of abortion you are, the pro-lifers can't win the argument. And no matter how passionately pro-life you are, don't worry, the pro-choice people can't win the argument. If you think about it that way, it's a bit more of a positive framing of it. Well, yeah, there are always only two frames available when we're debating whether some kind of an ought, right? And those two frames are prescriptive, ought to because it's going to help accomplish this goal, or normative, ought to because it's wicked, morally obligatory, morally, like something like that, right? So yeah, there are only two possible frames for an ought, and that is you ought to meow. I either mean because it's going to produce benefits in excess of costs, or because it's morally, ethically, character-wise the right thing to do. Those are the only two possible frames. If you can come up with any other possible frame to evaluate an ought, please let me know. I would be delighted to hear it. No, pro-life doesn't win the argument, right? Because pro-life arguments require you to afford the fetus rights. And as indicated, you can't have negative rights conflicting with one another, because then you can't resolve the rights question. They never conflict with one another in any other argument that ever occurs. Negative rights never conflict with them. My negative rights are never in conflict with yours. If you afford a fetus, zygote, whatever you want to call it, rights, then you have a situation where negative rights are in conflict with one another. The thing can't have the right to be there because a woman can't consent to it being conceived within her. She can only consent to having unprotected sex and hope to get pregnant, or not hope to get pregnant, or hope to not get pregnant. But she can't consent to something that happens to her. She can only consent to things she does. So just like I can choose to enter an environment where people are sick, being fully informed of the risks I'm taking, but I can't consent to catching a cold. So, because it's something that happens to me, not something I do or that someone else does to me, right? I can consent to things that people do to me. I can consent to things that I do. I can't consent to things that happen to me. Oh, nothing, Cone Man 3. I mean, evolution is just as totally a non-explanation as everything else. We don't. The correct explanation for where species come from is we don't know. We have no good explanation for it. None that withstands any scrutiny. We have speculative notions, but no explanation. In the absence of using abortion as contraception, what is the moral for enforcing the pregnancy to be carried through? I don't even understand what that question means at all. I mean, I don't have any idea what point you're making. You've not clearly articulated any point. You asked a question that isn't clear what you mean. In the absence of using abortion as contraception. So, you mean in the absence of the benefits of aborting, okay, in the absence of the benefits of aborting, what is the moral for enforcing the pregnancy to be carried through? So, like, if we don't consider any benefits to abortion, why should you have to carry your pregnancy through? It doesn't make any sense at all. The problem, okay, and is even if we agree that life begins at conception, there's no reason to prioritize the baby's negative rights over the woman's negative rights, and the two are in conflict. For the reasons I've already articulated. The problem with my explanations about abortion is very straightforward. People don't want this accurate delineation of the argumentational profiles of abortion to meaningfully inform them about why the question can't be resolved. What people want more than anything else is for their side to be correct. Unfortunately, correctness is the question won't resolve that way, unlike almost every other political question. So if you don't like what I'm saying here, you're just exemplifying what I'm saying here. Unfortunately, it's a very emotional topic, and people aren't typically engaged with emotional things with the level of explanation first that I am. So it's a tough thing for me to. It's not like anybody ever successfully disagrees with what I'm saying, negates anything I'm saying here, but people don't want to be informed about this topic. They want to be reinforced in their existing positions. I mean, you could argue that abortion is the only, as the remedy to the negative rights violation incurred by the woman, is disproportionate to the violation as a remedy. However, it's the only remedy available, so that's point to wash. Well, Acacia, that's the kind of practical minded thinking that I want to see represented in a Strauss administration. Isn't there some way we can compromise here? We can punish the fetus for rights violations without killing it. Maybe we could defer the punishment until after the baby's born. So instead of aborting a fetus as a remedy for the woman's negative rights violation, we can punish newborns. You know, they can start their life in jail and maybe get out early on good behavior, you know. But at least then they'll have served their time, they'll have paid their due to society, you know. equilibrium will be restored. Yeah, let's defer punishing babies for their rights violating ways until newbornness, newbornhood. I mean, that's kind of what we do in the status quo. As soon as a baby is born, we punish it by carrying it away from its mother and putting it in a box for an hour or two. I'm really liking this idea, Acacia. I think you and I, as a team, can construct some narratives here that can really unite people over the issue of abortion. That's what we're looking to do. We try to build bridges. A couple of NE users like me and Acacia, we try to build bridges. And I think a place of common ground is newborn jail. At least then the woman will feel satisfaction that she's getting justice. I had to let you squat in my womb for 9 months. You filthy motherfucker. Now you can sit in a jail cell for 9 months. See how you like it. If you can, maybe you can get the pro-life states to make that concession for you. It's like the pro-choice advocates should be like, okay, fine. Look, we get it. You're a bunch of Christian weirdos and you hate abortion so much. And you made it illegal in this state. So what's my remedy for the rights violations then? I want legislation A2457, a bill in favor of the imprisonment of newborn babies born of mothers who were denied the abortion remedy to their rights violations. I also think it's fair if the woman wants to abort but cannot, that the man should have to pay a certain amount of rent for having his half of the property on her property the whole time. That's fair too. Because while he did not consent to her getting pregnant, it doesn't work that way for him. He's still liable, right? He's still liable because it's a foreseeable outcome of his own behavior. Unlike the woman, it happens to her. So even though it's a foreseeable outcome of her behavior, it can never be consented to. Like, I can shoot bullets in a certain direction. If it hits somebody, I'm guilty of at least negligent homicide, maybe not murder, right? Because it's a foreseeable outcome of my intentional behavior that I kill somebody. You might also say that those people, by standing over there, even though they saw that I had a gun in my hand and they walked over there, that it was foreseeable that they would get shot. The onus is on me to prevent them from getting shot, right? It's not on them to avoid getting shot. So similarly with pregnancy, you might say that this woman is purposefully wandering around of targets at a firing range. How can she not consent to getting shot? How can that not be consenting to getting shot? She can't consent to get shot. The onus is entirely on the people doing the shooting. So they have to proactively make sure that there's nobody there that they could possibly shoot. They can't just be laser focused on this thing and never check their peripheral vision or look around or anything. They have a responsibility to not shoot people. Now, it might be the case if the woman's being incredibly reckless, you might say that the man doesn't have any liability because it's like she stepped out in front of a car. Fine, she doesn't have any liability. He doesn't have any liability in that instance, but she still didn't consent to getting hit by a car. So, the point is, since instead of causing damage, it creates work products, it works a little bit differently, right? It's like instead of liability for damages done, you have responsibility for maintenance costs. Unlike damage done, you can't avoid liability by pointing to the other party's negligence, because there is no negligent creation. I was negligent in my creating this thing. That's why it exists. Doesn't make any sense, right? I was negligent in driving and paying attention while I was driving. That's why I crashed into you. That makes sense. What the hell? Well, come on. Why is it not working? This is making me feel like a natural woman. But not in a good way. More like in a, I need some Summer's Eve by Massengill way. Why don't you want to work? Why don't you see my dream? Why can't you be real with me and pump up the tide like I want you to? That's the song I'm singing to this air pump. I wonder if I could find my other air pump. Probably not, but let's pretend maybe I can. Now keep charging, motherfucker. I think it wasn't really charging for part of that time. As the only SI user with even sort of conscious TE, I'm putting on my best Cameron hat and trying to solve Acacia's tire problems. Obviously, Rachel's not suited to solve Acacia's tire problems, although she may be suited to notice them as she did with a little car.
Um, Ruben, on the other hand, is, I suspect, not especially suited to notice them. Probably doesn't pay a lot of attention to the experience of driving and feeling like you have kind of a low tire. Unlike my dad, S.I. Tool, who riding in my Mini Cooper in the passenger seat told me, your right front tire is a little low, a day before the light came on indicating that was the case. From riding in the passenger seat of my Mini Cooper, he could tell me which tire was low and that it was low before it was 5 pounds low, because at 5 pounds the light came on. Pretty crazy, huh? That's ESTJ. Well, we don't have any STJs here. Acacia lacks the SE to even put the little turny things back on her tire hole pump hole things. What are those called that you screw the thing onto and you push the air in through? What are those things called? Does anybody know what those are called? Oh, you brought one? It's in your car? Oh, you have one. No, I don't have a floppy pumper. I have another. Remember, Rachel, I bought that other air pump, but then I lost it. Do you know where I lost it? Doesn't seem to be in here. Let me ask you this. Is this air pump thing I'm currently chasing, does it qualify as a waterfall? If so, I probably shouldn't be go chasing it. Is Rachel in here? Are you decent? Yes. There's my darling, precious angel bottoms.
Oh, I think you're a precious angel bottom.
Thanks, precious angel bottoms. I'm wondering where that air pump is.
Did you put it in the tech closet?
I just looked in the tech closet. Did I put it in here? Can I turn this light on?
Yeah.
Let me. Look at this pile of junk. This is what is actually going on when the house looks super nice and spotless and tidy. What's actually going on is hidden behind closed doors. All the stuff that was formerly not making the house tidy just gets shoved in here. That's the dark secret underbelly of cleaning. Is it plausible that the air pump is one of the things that just got tossed in here? Yeah, I'd call it plausible. I'd call it medium plausible. That's how plausible it is. Medium plausible is getting closer and closer to factually untrue. Well, let's face it, Eric. Your optimism was unfounded.
Is there something in there?
Is there something in there? Let's take a look what you're talking about.
I don't know what that thing is.
I think that's a microphone, but
Oh,
I will look up there anyway. Light. Let there be light. Let me completely interfere with Rachel's comfortable relaxation.
okay.
Some headphones, a microphone.
I think I'm gonna sell my guitars and buy turntables, and then I think I might sell my turntables and buy guitars.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was nice listening to that song last night.
Which one?
Daft Punk is playing.
Yeah.
No, Losing My Edge. I'm sorry.
Losing my edge. Yeah, yeah.
That's the one that has those lyrics in. I hear your band is selling the guitars and buying turntables. So great.
It is. I'm so glad that you pay attention to the words because I feel like.
Oh, that's LCD Sound System's got fantastic lyrics. They're great in that regard. They've grown on me too. Your enthusiasm for them has caused me to probably give them more of a chance than I otherwise would have. But like, they pretty much get a pass in general on song length, but with some exceptions, I'm really mad at them, hurt, disappointed more that they didn't just fucking kill it with New York's All Right if you like saxophones. I mean, New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. That song could have been this beautiful masterpiece because their aesthetic works in most of their shit. Like they can pull off longer stuff, but not that one. That song is too beautiful. It deserved to be rendered perfectly.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like watching your sports team. It's like watching USC lose against Tulane. Remember, we were up, but just as the defense was so terrible that somehow Tulane came back by like 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and won that game ridiculously.
Yeah.
In Caleb Williams' Heisman Trophy season. That's what it's like. It's like you can't believe it happened after it's done. You're like, oh, what had happened at the end? That's how I feel about that song.
Oh, I know.
You just got to end it when it should end.
Yeah.
I wish I could Mandela affect it into reality that way. Wish I could remember it as it should be, and then it just changed.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
It could happen.
Mm-hmm. It happened to Bishop Desmond Tutu.
Yeah.
He died and then came back to life.
Yeah.
Just to prove me wrong about the Mandela effect. It's pretty spiteful of him, really, but
I'd say so.
who can blame him? He could only move diagonally. Well, I don't know where my pump is. I know Acacia says she has one in the car. Maybe if she wants to come get it out of her car, I could use it, but I don't want to go digging around in her car, you know. Oh, well, gone forever. I don't know. There's my coffee. I found this. That's good. Making some serious progress today. You know what's cool? I used it for the first time yesterday. These little clips. So, this is an example of a clip. And you push like 6 bullets down into here. I'm not sure how you're supposed to put them in. I think you probably just push them down. But I'm sorry, I forgot you were in there.
Okay.
I totally forgot you were in there.
That's funny.
I just saw. I just wanted to talk about this. That's why I came in here. I think you just push them down one on top of the other. But I'm afraid to experiment because I don't know. I could look it up on the internet probably. And then when you push this in to the rifle, then when you take a shot and you pull back the knob, it ejects the shell of the bullet and it brings up the next bullet. And then when you push it forward, it loads it again. So you could go like, like that. It was pretty cool. Because prior to that, yesterday, I just manually put in one bullet at a time. In fact, after I finished using the clips, I didn't know how to put more bullets into them. So do you want me to close these at all, Rachel?
They're okay right now.
Okay.
Unless you want me to close.
No, I was just wondering how was more comfortable for you because you're lying in here, and I opened that one if that disrupted your light level comfort. If not, then I'll leave it be. Well, Acacia, I don't know if you're still listening. I apparently cannot find the other air pump thing. Either because I'm dumb, because I'm lame, because I'm dumb. I'm not sure why. One of those various possible reasons. So if you want to get that last tire pumped up for 30 pounds, is this even charging? Okay, well, yeah, it is. It's at 2 almost now. Is it? I think it wasn't charging before. This blue cable's a little fussy. It's the only multi-cable I have, though. You need a multi-cable because things other than your phone need to be charged. A lot of people might say, multi-cable, schmalti-cable, but not me. Because, I need to charge things like this. Well, this is a little bit different, but it's not, the multi-cable doesn't charge this. This has to have its own thing, And that's how they get you. That's bad TE in general. And it's how they get you and make you suffer in life. Say, hey, I got a charging cable. Oh, well, not for this kind of thing. This has to have a different male part for female part of this end. We're lucky that even USB is standard on one end. Like it isn't like 3 or 4 levels of converters you have to put in between the plug and the wall and you charging anything. It's fucking ridiculous. I think it went on. What's your opinion on the death penalty? I don't think that's a tricky moral one. I think it is correct to be opposed to the death penalty on the grounds that it's never appropriate for the judicial system to abdicate its own responsibility. And the death penalty precludes the justice system from further engaging in the case. There's never, as far as the courts are concerned, there's never a case that's entirely closed. Anybody who's involved in the criminal justice system still has some capacity to file some sort of brief in some sort of court about some sort of thing, right? Nobody is denied access to the courts. So the death penalty, and it is a fundamental civil right. In other words, it's not a natural right, it's a civil right. Equal protection under the law requires equal access to the courts regarding your legal situation. So the death penalty denies you access to a legal situation that may yet evolve. And that's why it's wicked and wrong.
Cone Man, one thing that's consistent with you being an INFJ is you're underestimating the importance of SI. I've learned a lot. Granted, my showpiece any products are or at least somewhat originally insightful, but they're predicated on a lot more stuff that's not flashy, that just as important work, which is SI learning stuff, you know. It's not how you hold a gun, Eric. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So it was pretty fun shooting that rifle. The thing is about a rifle like that, you have to have a target because you're talking about what gun people would call a pea shooter. It's got these little tiny 22 bullets, right? And so if I tried to shoot a couple times at like a tree, hoping that I'd see a satisfying puff from the tree. I never saw any puff. I don't know if I just missed the tree every time, but I think it was more like that little bullet's not going to make a puff, it's just going to make a hole. So what you really need is a target. And we got a target. I think the sovereign citizen movement has a lot more NI. It's much more INTJ, INFJ kind of a thing, I would suspect. INTJs, most of all, maybe. And then potentially some like ESTPs, ISTPs. It seems more NI to me than NE because the thing about sovereignty is, you know, there are multiple levels of sovereignty. I have sovereignty over that which I own, but not sovereignty over everything. And when I engage with my property, namely my body in the public space, I'm subject to the rules of the public space. When I'm engaged with myself and my property in private space, I'm subject to the rules of private space. The idea that you can have sovereignty over such things as whether or not you are subject to penalties by governance is insane. I mean, it's just like, of course, the government is defined as that which has a monopoly on use of power. We seek and work towards a more just government, but we cannot deny the legitimate authority of government, even when it's exercised for illegitimate reasons. It's always better. In other words, you always should, and if you are correct, can win the point in court, which requires you as a precondition to concede the sovereignty of the government. That's why the sovereign citizen movement is NI, because it doesn't factor in the TI shit, you know? You gotta win the point in court. You can't win the point in a court to which you don't concede jurisdiction.
Because legitimately or illegitimately, reality is government is that which has court-supported use of force. So if the cops drag you before a judge and say, Judge, we'll drag you to a prosecutor, and the prosecutor drag you to the judge and say, Judge, prosecuting this guy for this crime, regardless of whether you think it should be a crime, you're in the justice system, right? And it's never a good idea to say, I should win my point because you don't have jurisdiction to decide whether I win my point, even though you do, right? It's always a good reason to say, thank God I'm in front of you people who are sane, logical, and have jurisdiction over this matter because I am in the right, and I will explain why. And if I cannot get these charges dropped by the judge prior to trial, I will present my case before a jury of my peers who, in order to convict me, will have to agree, all 12 of them, that I'm guilty. You're going to give me a chance to present to 12 random people why you shouldn't get to throw me in jail. And for you to win, they all have to agree that you're right? Let's go, motherfuckers. Right? How amazing is that? How incredible is that? It's really moving. And it's what makes plea bargaining such a holocaust of rights violations. The stats should be flipped on their head. In the status quo, over 90% of cases never go to trial because of plea bargaining agreements. It should be 90% of cases do go to trial. The problem is people are scared. Why are they scared? Because prosecutors are abusively using psychology and people's fundamental risk fallacies to pressure people into accepting guilty pleas as an alternative to being wildly overcharged with a bunch of felonies that could land them in jail for the rest of their life. They're getting pressured by prosecutors to plea out, right? So much so that most prosecutors think their primary job is to attain a plea agreement with a defendant before they go to trial to save everybody the money, right? Appalling. The whole point of the criminal justice system is to afford the individual every and abundant fair opportunity to prove that they are not guilty. Even affording them the benefit of the doubt, as it should, that unless the act meets its burden and proves you are guilty, the jury is to find you not guilty. That's the power of TI. So beautiful, you know? That's how it works in debate. How it works in courts is just amazing. There works there too, that the app has to make its case, otherwise we default to the negation. And we should be that way about everything that matters in life. Not necessarily about everything that's important, but about everything that matters. Remember, the difference between things that are important are things that are important to you. And that should not be underestimated in terms of how much weight it should have in your day-to-day decision making, right? It should be the primary factor in those things. But
That's what's important to you. But what matters are things that are important to everybody or that impact everybody. When dealing with things that matter, we should all have this fundamental frame of reference that says, until and unless the affirmation makes its case convincingly, we default to negation. The aff has a burden to affirm, the neg does not have a burden to negate. If the aff fails to meet its burden to affirm, we negate. The neg doesn't have to do anything. If the aff meets its burden to affirm, then the negation has to do its job or the affirmation stands. That's how it works. That's how it should work. That's how it does work. Any way to make it any other way, it results in disaster. I'm incredible. Anyway, what you can see here is when I talk about things like the courts, justice, I get very emotional. It always makes me emotional because I don't know. I have an FI attachment to constitutional democracy. Eric, did you explain how acacia with A/TI more quickly comprehended game rules? Yeah, I did. Or I talked about it. I didn't explain why, but I did say it's weird how much better A/TI is than 4/TI. But I think really the main but I've noticed this in INFPs before. INFPs have incredibly good TI when it's being tested in some kind of competition. Like Liz, Corey's wife, she has incredibly good TI when it comes to games and stuff. Just like, I've never beat her in chess. She's unbeatable at Connect 4. But other kind of TI things, when it's a fun game kind of a thing, especially if it's competitive, she can kick all kinds of ass. Same with Acacia. But I will say this. Acacia, in my opinion, had poor choices of which Cards Against Humanity thing to pick. Like, I usually, maybe every time, I'm not sure, agreed with Ruben's choice and also with Rachel's choice. So I understood in full like why they picked that one. It didn't matter if it was mine or not. I didn't care. I'm not very competitive about things like that. In fact, I tried to not play, but then I'm glad I did. It was better than I expected it to be. It was different than I remembered it being, actually. But I always found myself being like, makes sense. Ruben's choice, Rachel's choice, and Acacia's choice. You picked that one? What? This is clearly the best one. Well, remember that, boy Klaus. We action types subordinate our knowing or fifth slot knowing functions to
helper to our action function. So for me, I subordinate NI to being how I make something good instead of bad. When it's not a making function, it's a receiving function. Well, same thing with SE DOMs. They subordinate their SI to doing impactfully. So to the extent that they need to know meow, meow, meow in order to do things impactfully, their SI will be plenty robust. However, if evaluated on its own merits independently, you might say it is not very robust. So while they're having all that memory thing, maybe they're also not paying attention to the nagging injuries, long-term consequences of bodily stress, etc., in a way that an SIDOM would. Sipping on haterade. Who's sipping on haterade? They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty. Don't you hate it when you're rolling and they hating and they're patrolling? And you just know that they're just trying to catch you riding dirty, rolling dirty, riding dirty, rodoling dirty. Hi, squirrels. What a bunch of wonderful squirrels you are. Wonderful squirrels, don't run away. This is my song on a Disney woodland day. Come and play with me. Climb on top my branches. Just scaring them away with my Disney song. Well, fuck them, as they usually say in the Disney movie. Doesn't this look nicer now that it's blue instead of a horrible disaster? It doesn't look great, but it looks nicer. But, they could be SI-DOMs. They could be. Look at there. All the broad jobs. We're going to slam dunk it. Now I'm going to go home, cook some dinner, watch some Masterpiece Theater. It's going to be wonderful. Boy, it sure is nice being LeBron James. I can dribble. I can drive to the basket. I can shoot the three-point shot. Swish goes the basketball. I've got a child, and I named him Bronny. Like the paper towels. I'm glad I named him Bronny. Also because he can help me remember that he's my son. I'm LeBron, and he's Bronny. I dream one day of playing with my son in the NBA, together on the same team. Me, LeBron James, plus him, Ronnie James. I'll pass the ball to him, he'll pass the ball to me, he'll shoot, he'll score. I'll be so proud as a father. And then I'll come down and I'll score. And I'll feel even better about the whole thing. That's me, LeBron James. Should probably edit that into a short or a clip. World's greatest LeBron James impression. How many people would agree that that was the most sounds like LeBron James impression they've ever heard? I agree. I've never actually heard another LeBron James impression besides my own. But I've listened carefully to his cadences, his tone. He talks exactly like I was just talking. Yeah, our case has been delightful. Ruben has also been delightful. Also, Ruben and Acacia have been delightful. Cameron was also delightful. Dave Porter as well. So, I've got, I think, 6 Delight gas cans, each of which hold 5 gallons. I believe they're all filled with Delight almost. Now we just need maybe 3, 4 more gallons of Delight. I'll be ready to use those cans full of Delight during less delightful times, I guess. Here's a question I was thinking about the other night. If I could save time in a bottle, would it take the same amount of time to save time in a bottle as the amount of time saved? Or is there really any net gain? Can I compress time into a bottle faster than the length of time being compressed? So in other words, can I push an hour of time into a bottle in just 30 minutes? Well, then it makes sense. But if I can save time in a bottle, it takes me 30 minutes to save 30 minutes, then I'm just paddling water, right? There's no reason to save time in a bottle then. Because even if you get to use it later, it will have just been 30 minutes. 30 minutes you wasted now putting time into a bottle. Might as well use that time now when you're young. When you're like 98 and you start unpacking your time bottles, you're like, what am I going to do with these 4 hours and 46 minutes of time I saved back then when I was saving time in a bottle? I'm all old. I can barely walk anymore. I can't see anything without these glasses. I wish I had never wasted those 4 hours and 45 minutes putting time into those bottles back then. So I hope now that I've opened your eyes a little bit about a Jim Croce song that maybe has gone under the radar, escaping critical analysis for too long. Okay, so that's bad, right? There's a hole for one. There's, like down here, there's a hole for a door stopper, but I don't have a door stopper there, and this just bang, makes a bang sound. But I'm actually seeing things where maybe that little thing right there makes it sufficient that it hits to the bottom, because I see no mark on the wall where the doorknob's hitting. So I guess it's enough. Again, someone else's good TE. Wonderful. All right. I declare this thing charged enough. Charged enough to finish that tire. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, do it, do it. Damn, I'm like the Dewey Decimal System. I'm doing so much shit. All right. Let's take a gander at the old goose, shall we? Let's take a gander at the goose. Okay. It's only got 3.5 pounds to go. So, I believe that it should have enough electricity in it to push 3.5 pounds of air into there. But, you know, I also believe the children are our future, so take it with a grain of salt. I want to get the bow in the background. I don't want it to look washed out, but it's half in shade, half in sun. Oh, beautiful for Christmas skies, for red and waving bow, for Christmas tree against blue sky and story up below. Oh, Christmas time, oh, Christmas time, God shed his grace on thee, and crowned thy house with big red bow, from sea to shine, from eve to shiny eve. Hey-o. Are you Ed McMahoning me? Thank you, I appreciate it. I think the Ed McMahon greeting, it gets inadequate usage. I think it's time to bring it back. Hey-o. It's called the Ed McMahon hello. Oh. Look at these little paw prints here. These are not cat paw prints, are they? What kind of paw prints are these? Let's look at them. Look at that. What do you think that is? I'm gonna put the rock back, baby. Gonna put it back over here. There. I put the rock back. Okay. So, let me show you how big it is. So it's not that big, right? It's just about as big as a lighter.
He's the best beat that you ever heard for rapping.